is now.
How come I just heard this?
Boy, SNL was funny.
Oh, SNL was great when Phil Hartman was on it. The early days of SNL were amazing.
Yeah, was Al Franken working there when they did that? Because I would think Senator Franken would have said something.
Oh, he's not senator anymore. He got caught hugging a girl.
Yeah, I would think after you got screwed over like that, you wouldn't still do Blue MAGA, but I guess you would.
He's just locked in.
Hey, man.
That guy's great, too. Al Franken's a great guy.
Yo, he had a funny, I was on Conan, this made me laugh so hard. He was saying how the internet, how great it is for kids. You know, my son, my kid just did a third grade report on bestiality, and the other kids just loved it. Like, you know, it delivers.
How crazy is it, though, that was a preposterous sketch?
Well, you know, John Money, I'm sure whoever wrote that knew about John Money, right? The guy that came up with that. I seen it on
I bet they didn't. I bet they just
a bunch of Lampoon Harvard people, right?
Right.
So you're like, oh, the Simpsons, how they predict the future. No, you're near the people that pull the levers of power in college. Like, you're just going to osmosis up their fucking plans. It ain't psychic.
Like, yeah, but they don't, like, broadcast their plans to students, undergrad
Yeah,
students.
they do. How do you think what do you think a Rhodes Scholar is? That's them broadcasting their plans. That's what the great Bill Clinton. I believe you had a meaningful eye contact with it.
What do you mean by broadcast their plans?
The plans have never been seen. You know, like
but the plans were never in the 90s or the 80s. The plans were never turn boys into girls.
Well,
this was
not in your department, but I mean, you know how far back this should go. You know, in Rome, the galleys of Cybele. You know what that is? When they were losing to Hannibal, and the priestess of Cybele. It's like Ceybele. It looks like Cybele, but it's Cybele.
Okay.
And the myth behind it is insane. Like, the myth story is this one god that was too horny that had both sets of organs, so they trick him. I love like they trick him with wine, and they tie his dick to the ground. And come on, this somebody went to church on Sunday. Somebody went to a church and learned this.
Tie his dick to the ground like how they do a bull, like through the nose.
Yes, exactly. And then he jumped up and it ripped his dick off.
No, Jesus.
I'm done. And then so he starts hanging out with his handsome nephew, and his nephew is faking like he's a great hunter because this dickless uncle, he still has a pussy, the uncle. But these gods sure sound like just LA people. Why do the gods just sound like LA people? Okay, so my favorite, the eunuch priest. So my favorite writing about it is like, when they celebrate Cybele, and then the legend or the myth has more of like this wedding gets sabotaged by the jealous ripped off dick guy, and the women cut off their own breasts and the men cut off their genitals. And there's an early Christian, I can't remember who's writing about it, but he goes they cut off their genitals and go about shrieking in the street.
They castrate themselves as a sign of devotion to the goddess.
Yeah, so I don't think nothing's new, you know? I think it's all the same shit repackaged in different ways. So then, you know.
They wore saffron, rose, and clash symbols together as they walked down the streets. So they were basically having like one of those women's protests.
Cybele was also known as Magna Mater, or the Great Mother. So the doctor, if you heard Phil Hartman, he goes, Mommy says, you know, like, this is like a theme that goes through history.
Well, you know what Nero did, right? What Nero did to he took that boy when his wife died. He found a slave that looked like his wife and chopped his dick off and turned him into his wife.
Remember when you had that guy Thaddeus, whatever, the postmodern guy? I was just watching.
Oh yeah.
And I happened to just rewatch it, and he basically told you like nothing's anything.
Yeah.
Like that's why I think like the simulation talk is like. I look at everything as what's the marketing here to me. And a lot of it's like, nothing means anything. So, you know, like, what's a big deal if you could do stuff with, right? It always gets to that eventually.
Well, most of those guys who say that don't have kids.
Yeah. You absorb it is like middle-aged men. You know, by the way, I'm heavily invested in hot tilt coin. Let me tell these idiots.
We should talk about that because I want to know what is going on with the MAGA coin? Here's the thing that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
The MAGA coin was worth $36 billion.
Yeah.
So here, it's not the MAGA coin?
No,
It's just Trump. Okay, Trump coin. So the Trump coin, I'm calling it the MAGA coin, sorry. The Trump coin's worth $36 billion. What that means is 36,000 people put $1 million in. That doesn't even make sense. So that's 36,000 million. That's what 36 billion is.
I believe
right?
you. I'm not good at math.
Isn't that right? That's right.
I know Hawk 2 is
That
going to the moon.
sounds insane.
Yeah.
That you can get 36,000 people.
Yeah, right.
Let's say it's way more people, way less money they contribute. It still seems insane if you're using real money.
You ever been to a casino or something?
But that's the point. We talked about
Yeah.
this. You and I talked about this. It is the
Yeah.
sense of gambling.
It's degenerate gamblers is how the people that make the coins talk about the people.
Right. But the argument is that Trump is ripping off his fans with this Trump coin. But my question is, like, how is he ripping off his fans? It's basically like DraftKings.
Okay.
like, what are you doing?
So it's a casino, and the thing is, the reason people like, Hawk to a coin, people know it's stupid, right? But the kind of what people say the scam was, as I understand it, is they thought they were getting in on the dump phase too.
Of course.
So the trick is, almost everybody getting in on it knows they're going to have to dump it, and they think they're going to dump it first. So they're not. But the pump is for other idiots. I mean, it's built in that another idiot's going to shoulder the whatever happens from this. But what happens is every so often, this is my buddy was telling me who works in it, one of them does turn out to be real. So something like a Trump coin, now I'm more of a Warren Buffett where I wish I had golden Trump shoes because I'll bet those will retain value.
I think I have a pair of those.
Yeah.
Tony has a pair.
I know.
Wore them to the club.
I'm like, I wouldn't even wear them out.
Why not?
Those are going to put my kids through Trump University.
What about that Hawk Tua hat? Look at that sweaty. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
That's
That's gonna be worth thanks.
I feel like to promote Hawk to a coin, it's worth it. You guys spend money to make money, Joe. The Hawk Tua. Are you familiar with Hawk Tua? I think it's a surfboard company.
So here's the question. What's the problem with having a coin? Because there's a bunch of those coins. And the thing is, like, it's unbefitting of a president. I get that argument. That makes sense. You shouldn't do that. You should really concentrate on running the company. You shouldn't have some obvious, like, money grab.
What about being completely senile? Is that unbecoming?
Yeah, it should have been unbecoming.
Yo, shut up about unbecoming from now on.
The chart for Trump coin right now, but a lot of that comes from, it shows like the top 10 holders of the coin. The number one would be the wallet who started it. And
so that's his. So he owns 80%. So here's the thing. If they don't sell, if the person who owns the coin, say if you made a Metzger coin, and the Metzger coin was worth $36 billion. Congratulations.
Yeah, it is.
You are so rich.
That.
By the way, here's the... Oh, whoa.
I mean,
it dropped from 36 to 5?
Yes.
That's not good.
It was when they were saying it was at 30, whatever. The highest it was, the coin was worth $72 or $73 a coin. It's now down to 25, 26.
Should you sell? How much do you have in it?
Depends on
how much do you have in it? I know you
don't disclose stuff like
he gets in on that stuff.
Well, if you can get in,
catch the tweet early.
Friday night. I knew you did.
You were like in Pharaoh.
Jamie didn't just show up with like fucking velour pants.
I wasn't that early.
Please get velour pants.
Velour jumpsuit.
You don't think I got one?
When a man comes in wearing velour, you're like, you just hit it big on shitcoin, didn't you?
Yeah, feeling good about myself.
Dude, I told you I think that's what Kamala was, because they all knew she wouldn't win. And they ran a great campaign. They keep saying that hypnotic phrase. Is it, well, great in that they knew she wouldn't win.
Were you able to start a story? Okay, another option. So, did you try it? Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense.
They all didn't like her, and they all cashed in. They go,
They did
okay.
cash in. They didn't just. Cash in, but a lot of those special interest groups cashed in.
She's a human hawk to a pump and dump.
Right.
You deleted your Discord, which is your private product. You're allowed to do that. But I, as a user, don't get a message like this. Discord server is no longer available or something. So it looks like you just banned me. If that makes sense. It's just not a good user experience. You can tell people what's going on the app. Yeah, it should say. No, it's I find that if you do these Discords long enough, sometimes Discord bans the bot, like for instance, or the bots just shut down for whatever reason, and you don't know it. Like a couple of bots, like a Ticker bot and some other bots that were like I was using, and sure that's what it was, but the bot shut down. And so I'm wondering, like, why am I not getting any tickets? And then, you read it. It's like, on December 14th, 2024, we shut down this bot. Thank you so much for your loyal support. And it's like, okay. So sometimes, I'm just making you aware. You want to be apprised, or you want to be cautious as well that these bots sometimes just shut down. And it's not anything that you can remember. Yeah. Sure. New start. New year, new start.
Right. Yeah. Because what was the final tally for the amount of money they spent? At first, they were saying it was $1 billion, but it's more. I think now they've got it at $1.5 billion. Yeah.
It's like the Tim and Eric $1 billion movie. And I'll bet Tim and Eric voted for her.
They definitely voted for her.
Smart.
It's important when you're in Hollywood to vote right. If you want to get ahead in your career, you have to vote right. You have to vote
if you really want to get ahead, you should do something dirty on tape with another scummy motherfucker that you can hold over each other. You know, it's how our government works.
That's what I heard.
America's national bird should be gay blackmail. Okay, do you know what the eye in the pyramid is? It's somebody peeping through a hole and watching you.
How Kamala Harris burned through 1.5 billion in 15 weeks.
So she's the hawk too of this and dumping it all on her, even though it was probably how Howie Mandel's son-in-law did it.
She's pressed for more cash since the election, which is crazy. She's asking for cash.
Yo, my girl gets Democrat fundraiser things. Back when they overturned Roe v. Wade and then the next day asked for money, that's like the ultimate test of like how much of a cow you are.
Right. They said we need money because they just overturned Roe v. Wade.
They held v. Wade. How long did they hold that over everybody's head that you're going to lose Roe v. Wade if you? And I remember Trump being like, I didn't tell him to do that. I don't think he did. I think that's one of those gun rights and doing that are the two, like, how do we emotionally hit somebody to make them do what we want? And since they do a shit job, the mafia that run shit, they're running out of emotional buttons to push on you.
Right.
Plus, they got you pumped full of drugs that make you not feel things.
Right.
So you got to jerk off to My Little Pony eventually, right? I'm sure there's no problem. Dude, remember Temple? You know Temple Grandin is, right?
No.
The autistic lady that helped them cattle ranchers. She's an engineer. It was a real TED Talk circuit kind of person.
Oh, I kind of vaguely remember now.
20 years ago, my friend was there. He goes, yeah, she realized because she could kind of think like a cow because they'd be swooped by shadows and stuff. And so she understood stuff about them. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's very smart. An engineer.
Right.
Boy, what a useful citizen. Think of these useful citizens we have now that they're really technically minded and really focused on that. They self-compartmentalize almost.
Yeah.
And you can program whatever sexuality. Like, you're a woman. Like, I am. You can fucking make them fall in love with TV ponies.
And the more vaccines you get them, the more easy they are to program.
Dude, last time I was here. Oh, yes. The last time I was here, me and my girl flew, and so I was asleep. I like to be knocked out. I don't want to be awake for any part of the flight, okay? And my girl's sitting next to some other girl who she thought was a kid at first, but was probably a 30-year-old woman. So she was like, she must have been from the Pacific Northwest. Vaguely Asian, wearing a Pikachu mask, a COVID mask. Okay, bright colors. Okay. She sits down, and I'm passing. I go, and the girls, getting the cookies they bring you, and she has a box with a little Pikachu, and she sits it on the tray and eats cookies with it. Okay, and then Jen's like, I fell asleep, and she woke up laughing because the girl's got an iPad, and she's laughing her ass off at Clifford the big red dog. Okay,
and it's like a 30-year-old woman.
Yeah, and I go, just so you know, sweetie, that chick will make more money than you ever have in your life. That's the near future. So you told me that China thing that they were doing some weird intelligence raising experiment. What'd you tell me about?
Yes, yeah, they did they said that they were trying to these babies and make them immune to HIV. But what they were really doing was making their propensity for intelligence much higher.
So you think,
and then the guy got arrested for doing it, went to jail, and then they got out. But he was like this, which obviously they wanted him to do it. Like the whole thing is like,
well, you got a computer. America's going to hand you your ass. I'm sure you got the same story you hear here.
But
China's going to hand us our ass.
They're literally developing geniuses from the womb on purpose.
Hey, so are we. Real weird geniuses.
But here's the question: why wouldn't you do that? If you found out that there was a thing that you could do to
doctor mutilating the children?
No,
these kids have been mutilated.
Well, sure, but if it's something just so simple as it just elevates your intellect, if there's a gene expression that they can turn on or off, and this thing that they can do when the child is in the womb can make the child 25% more intelligent.
Right, but they're going to be autistic.
Are you sure?
Well, have you seen the telepathy tapes, which everyone tells me about?
Yeah, but that's not, those are nonverbal people. Like,
well, you turn the crank so whatever. It's a right blend of chemicals.
But how do we know? We don't know that these people are autistic. They might just be just genius. It might not have a side effect. Like there are people that are geniuses.
The Chinese ones, or
the Chinese ones, where they manipulating the genes. The thing is, like,
look, it's China. It's hard to tell.
There's a lot of geniuses that aren't like socially fucked up. They're just really smart people. So what is that? Like, why does some people have a 9-volt brain and other people have a fucking Tesla battery?
Well, that's the quest, isn't it? That's why we have the Olympics. That's why we have a eugenics festival every 4 years.
Right, but why wouldn't you why wouldn't you encourage that kind of manipulation in the world?
I guess because these people that play God invariably end up being perverts with like weird shaped dicks that they're taking it out on us, like your Epsteins and such. Yo, all these tech dudes, I want their dicks out, and I want to see what kind of deformities they have before I let them charge you shit. You got a weird dick? I don't think you should be social engineering
What were you
shit.
saying last night about a guy with a flute dick?
Oh,
what were you saying?
He can tell you this story. I don't want to say.
You don't
I don't want to name names. Because, that's how Hitler happened.
Do you remember? I think her name was. Is it Stacy Plaskett? Whoever it was.
Yeah.
And she has this woman behind her that's like this super autistic lady that's mouthing every word.
Yeah, she's like, and I know.
It looks odd. I shouldn't say she is. I don't know if she is. Maybe she's just a very enthusiastic young lady that has like very bizarre behavior patterns.
I know exactly what it is because
she wrote
I talk to myself like a crazy person. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have for my whole life. I'll just that look on that chick. Mm-hmm. That looks like me if I'm not even alone. I just am thinking about a thing.
Right, but the fact with this girl's on
she
air,
wrote the speech.
But her eyes are wide. Yeah. She looks like an alien.
She's mouthing the words of her play.
Yes.
She's a playwright, and she's mouthing the words that she wrote.
She's a writer on a sitcom.
Exactly.
She's waiting for the actors to deliver the lines.
And by the way, that's every bit as creepy as psychic puppetry. Do you understand how creepy that is?
It's very weird, because that lady who's the representative. Watch this. Look at her.
Yeah, I've made that face.
Look at her eyes, though. Look at those eyes. Mm-hmm. Give me some volume.
Page 55.
Yeah, they went over it together.
Look at her, though.
See, if Kamala had one of them, she could have done better.
Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes.
Wait. I didn't see that part.
Yeah, she made a mistake, and then the autistic girl corrects her.
Wait.
I don't know if she's autistic. I shouldn't say that.
From the committee's interview, page 55 from the committee's interview, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that.
I'm missing the thing I'm supposed to be seeing.
She mouthed her.
Which took place on July 17, 2023. In that, which leave this interview and
she said,
that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
She realizes she made a mistake, so she's going to correct her.
Which leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
So she has to correct her. So she leans over and says something to her.
Would they be representing what she said? Correct answer by Ms. Demo. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that.
Oh my God. Wait, that's not what I... Whoa. No, that's not just writing the speech. That's fucking...
They work well for the first 3 days or so, but then some of them don't. But some of them do. Some of them like 6 months. They work really good. Really good. But yeah, each one. Let me go through them. I don't come up with some but like basically. Welcome. How are you, Pack O2, Pack guys? What's good? Welcome. How are you? We're just watching Joe Rogan.
What's up, guys?
Hello, how are you? Living the dream. Very well. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? How old am I? I'm 39. How old are you? Pleasure to meet you. How'd you find out about me? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Sure. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been live streaming now for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. All the footage is archived on YouTube. This is the world's largest time capsule. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a hive, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I dedicate my life to live streaming for the good of the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through the use of digging of wells, which I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter about Masonic Academia. I know it's a mouthful, but we've actually built wells in Nigeria. It's worth over $100 million right now. I also want to help promote life straws and most importantly, desalination plants, where we pump earth seawater on the land and make it drinkable for the people. Some other things that we discuss on the street are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We discuss fascism on travel, dark energy, dark matter, things like de-extinction. I don't know if you're familiar, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003. It was in Pyrenean Ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Rothschild Scientific, they've made it their goal in the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant, which is really an exciting project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger into the world, and then perhaps even the dodo, which I think are really fantastic. We also 100%. We also discussed some things that are important to you, particularly data. Data is its number one resource. I have more data online than any person ever. So when I go viral, which could be any day now, I want to help everybody something along the line, along the way, including you. Things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shot therapies, ambrosia therapies, and platelets in younger people for the benefit of older people. Really to get your average life expectancy up from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then 129 hit, and you may say, okay, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down now. That's when the next step of technology comes into play. That's very exciting. It's known as mind-blowing technology. If I may ask, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
It's just slow. You go into
Not necessarily the traditional way. I have the privilege of telling you that I think that the chip may not die. By utilizing the type of technology that is mind-blowing technology, we may be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan on an MRI, where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and later download as an android avatar, a cyborg and cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, essentially whatever you want to be. But what I wanted to make you aware of is that there's a possibility that you may be able to experience digital immortality should you live, which I think is a really cool aspect. Well, with that, we're just chilling. What are you watching? You said you're watching some TV?
Yeah, I'm watching it. It's just it's I don't know.
All right, very well. We're watching the Joe Rogan Experience. You know Joe Rogan?
They're cool to be able to go up in the tree for sure.
Exactly. So, feel free to enjoy, just chill. You're always welcome here. As I said, I'm live 24/7. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to put an optimistic twist on things, and just want to give people hope. So, glad that you're here. Glad that you're I'm based in California. Have you been? Absolutely. 100%. All right. With that, feel free to enjoy. Just kick back, relax, and enjoy yourself.
Weird.
I never saw that.
Yeah, weird. Everybody needs one of them geniuses.
Yeah, but that's like
I need one sitting next to me on a podcast.
Voice to skull.
I would like one.
What?
Find one. We start auditions tomorrow.
Where's Jamie?
Jamie's not the same thing.
You know it's not crypto, my man. Yo,
Jamie's deeply invented in Doc Tua.
Tell this fudge about Hot Tua.
Do you know where FUD comes from?
I don't know.
Elmer FUD. And do you know what the reference is from? Hunting rifles. So hunters and our firearms enthusiasts, like Second Amendment people, like my friend Colion Noir, like people who like make YouTube videos on ARs and that kind of shit.
It's not Colin.
Well, Collins is his real name. Colion Noir is his online name. His real name's Collins.
I've been saying Colin.
Collins is his actual name.
Oh,
doesn't matter.
Okay.
My point is, super firearms enthusiasts to kind of go to like the SHOT Show in Vegas and check out all the latest fucking red dots. They think of hunters that use like bolt action rifles as FUDs. You're an Elmer FUD. You're a dopey old hunter. Like you have an antiquated view of firearms.
I think it's different though, right?
Oh, fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Yeah, it stands for
Manipulative
something.
propaganda tactic used in sales market. I don't think that's what you were saying though. You're talking about FUDs like dorks.
I was talking about this.
Oh, you
don't
said
think
I'm a FUD though.
Yeah, FUD, FUD. But it's got
but that's you use that like as a noun.
Yeah, they go the FUDs.
Oh,
I like
Sigma factor.
Yeah.
But that's not what they're saying here. They're saying it's a factor. Put a competitor at a disadvantage. The FUD factor.
You know what I'm going off of is Sigma grind set channels where they get going crypto and like don't listen to the FUDs. You know.
So what I'm saying is that like real hardcore gun enthusiasts look at guys wearing hunting rifles as FUDs.
It's both things. It's both.
Yeah,
it's both.
I get it.
They're not. It's not just one thing. It's both.
Right. I thought it was. That's what I thought it was coming from. Maybe it's just like my limited.
No, all that libertarian crypto guys are kind of connected.
Oh, here it is. An old-fashioned, unimaginative, pompous person.
It's both things.
Oh, fuddy-duddy.
Somebody probably took the term FUD and made an acronym out of it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right, and that's probably why they made Elmer FUD. Right?
Yeah.
It was probably already a term, and Elmer FUD was a dork. So
gun people and crypto people go together, right?
Yeah. Well, it's all people that are like really into a thing. You know, it's like coin collectors. Yeah. People are like those similarities of people that are really into like collecting things. You find them in everything.
I bet archaeology is the most interesting one.
Well, the people that like actually get like stolen shit, like they buy it from China. They have like Egyptian mummies in their house and stuff. Yeah.
Making things scarce is the best. You know, like diamonds.
That's a big market, you know, for like illegal artifacts.
Yeah.
Like really, really rich guys in other countries, they like to fucking go behind back channels and get like Egyptian shit that was like ripped off from
especially
tombs.
when you hear like Templar Knight stories of old,
it
sounds like Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff, don't it?
It does.
Like they were raiding the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
So that goes back. I like that debunking guy's channel because he's not like, you know, he's doing real.
He's great.
Yeah, and
he's coming on soon again by himself.
If I can learn something from you, thank you. That's all I want.
Yeah, you know that guy's great.
Yeah, like the guy that was like to Graham Hancock, don't talk about that. It could lead to racism. Like,
this is Flint Dibble. He's just
Flint Dibble coin, by the way, going to the moon.
I bet it's worth a lot. What is the Dibble coin worth? But here was my question about the whole coin thing. Are they using real money? Is that $36 billion real money that they bought it for? Or are they using fake money? Are they using like Shiba Inu coin to buy Trump coin? But you know what I'm saying? Like, so I was watching this thing on Shiba Inu coin, and they were explaining that if you bought Shiba Inu coin in the beginning, you know, like if you got $1,000 in Shiba Inu coin, at one point in time it was only worth $2, but now it's worth like $17 million.
That's right.
Like if you hang on there in the waves, you know, like if Elon tweets about Shiba Inu coin, that fucking shit will skyrocket. And then you got, right? And
I'd have asked him to do that when he was here before, and he didn't do it.
Look here's the difference between...
JD's trying to make the system. JD's trying to Nancy Pelosi the crypto market.
Guess what? Because I bet you know people got a story about how they had a whole bunch of Ethereum or Doge or whatever, but then the place they bought the coin through was shady, and now they don't have shit. So here's the difference. We get our real money the same way through dark occult magic, okay? But there's insurance on it, right? You get some more money. That's why, so to regulate it, some guy like that FTX creep, they want to be in charge of it.
Right.
There's a time-tested oligarch way to do it. You go, this is getting dangerous.
Right.
We have to regulate it, and then they control it, and then they're boss hog. Then you get to be boss hog of the thing. So what you see now is a mafia shift. The mafia people that used to know, what's his name? He's at the McCarthy hearings, and he was pretending not to be gay, and he had AIDS. The famous guy.
J. Edgar Hoover?
The other one from the time that was friends with Trump and
he had AIDS?
He died of AIDS. It's a famous story. He prosecuted the people that stole every bunch. I'm blanking on his dumb name. God damn it. The gay blackmail guy. Him and Hoover worked it out. Huh? No, that's the mob boss that died of AIDS. Trump's friend, that notorious lawyer, Roy Cohn.
Yeah, I try to stay out of
Roy
politics.
Cohn.
I don't know who he is.
You never heard of Roy Cohn?
I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is. Like, if you ask me, like, what does Roy Cohn do?
Okay,
I
so
wouldn't be able to tell you.
my guess is Roy Cohn told Trump where all the bodies are buried, and I really got put on this by dark journalists. I'm telling you, guy's great. Daniel List, his name is, because he just the facts. He just gets the facts.
Just the facts, man.
Yeah, and so Roy Cohn, the whole network that the whole pyramid scheme works on with blackmail. Okay, Roy Cohn's part of that, and Trump, you'll notice, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs. You know about who he's. Yeah, this guy. So you know who Trump slept with already. Like, I don't care that he paid that chick to shut up. Oh, why would you even try to prosecute for that? Like, I give a shit. You know this shit. All these.
At my heart, I'm probably the socialist. Like, teaching life for people, but that should be, I go to the so I see that we have socialism.
So what's your side? The virtual social. These other most
How creepy does he look?
he wasn't creep, but
He looks creepy.
So Trump was going in. They wanted Trump to run because then you'd have to vote Hillary. You remember the story,
Right.
okay? And then Trump won, and it's like in Pulp Fiction when Bruce Willis wins and he showed no.
Right.
And because you can't have a guy that you don't have blackmail on.
Right.
If the president doesn't have the highest security clearance, and he doesn't, the president does not. He's supposed to, I thought, but he doesn't. And the excuse is, well, he's only there 48 years, right?
Right.
So already now you've told me there's a deep state with that, just with that.
Right. Yeah, right.
And now you're telling me that the president has not meant anything for quite some time because so there's secrets we don't get to know or vote for, and that's just how it is. And you saw Men in Black, just trust them. They got Will Smith on the team.
Hey, I don't like the way you're talking.
Yeah,
It's for the good of the company.
Yeah,
Excuse me, country.
yeah. Well, dude.
The good of the country.
Even if you think like original sin, the whole concept of original sin, right? That's
Yeah.
incorporation. That's like the liability is on all of us for the company. Like that's an incorporating thing. So everything's that. Look, everybody's gonna keep.
Well, you can interpret my words any way you want. I haven't used it. So I see that you're trying to tweak my words. It's incorrect to do. I'm a libertarian socialist. I said that the government should provide for me. I mean, you can define it any way that you want. I don't necessarily agree with you. But if you were to live in your own echo chamber where you think that you're people yours for your own benefit, go for it.
Keep putting money in these dumb coins, okay? And I'll bet you a Trump coin, which is bullshit. He's got some real crypto scumbags.
Listen. I don't have politics. I told you what my beliefs are. I have libertarian socialism.
Hanging around him. Larry Ellison, I don't know who the hell is looking at that guy and thinking he should be in charge of anything. Peter Thiel, I watch you talk to Peter Thiel. I've never seen someone lie so artlessly and autistically in my life.
What did he lie about?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna put this out about Epstein Island. Maybe just some guys were cheating on their wives. Yeah, maybe that's all it was, Peter. Some guys were cheating on their wives.
He's a gay guy, and he's not interested in going to that island, so he's probably on the outs. And allegedly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's supposedly.
Yeah, that's not the only game in town.
Oh, I'm sure there's gay blackmail, but you can't when a guy's single and gay. Like, what are you going to get on him? That he fucks other guys?
So that's why they didn't want gay marriage should be illegal because what are we going to blackmail with?
Right.
Well, it started with me wanting to record my dog swing. I never done social media, video, anything like that. Really, everything in my life went learned to record my golf swings, I might as well stream it. And then from there, I got more and more comfortable with streaming, and I decided to purchase some devices and just start live streaming to see what it would be like. It wasn't too invasive in my life, and I enjoyed the fact that I was essentially creating a time capsule for the world, and I just continued to do it. And that was 3 years ago.
If you could just be gay. Oh, that's right. Worse things. We're going to have to make you do a lot worse stuff now that you can be gay.
Right.
And why are there still people in the closet in this day and age when there's a goddamn rainbow flag in every corner? That's weird.
Well, it's people that got trapped.
Oh, kick? Yeah, we probably did see me. I made him cry. Hilarious. Yeah, I have bots that automatically spam people. So that's amazing that you saw me. Yeah. That's hilarious. Thank you for coming. Well, I can tell you that my bots don't know that. They just spam anybody who's streaming again. So they don't discriminate between those people and other people.
Trapped, right? So they've been lying their whole life, and the social stigma of it in the 80s and 90s. Like we know
the Intel community. You just described the Intel community.
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Right, they got you. They got you.
There's no forgiveness, dude. So look, that's here's the thing, like, like Russell Brand's into Jesus. I don't know what's like true or not, but I do know the way the system works is perpetrator victim forever, and that's the pyramid. And so you're gonna have to forgive people. I don't want to forgive none of them people at all. So it will take a miracle from Jesus to make me feel like that. 100%.
I don't mind forgiving people. I just don't think that they should be in the same positions. If they were using their power to manipulate people and then something comes out about them that shows that this is why they were doing it, that person shouldn't be allowed to continue doing it, and we forgive them. They should find a new thing to do.
Yeah, and
because they shouldn't be in control of the rest of the country's life.
Dude, when those files come out, the JFK ones, because how much is going to come out? They don't. The reason they overclassify, I think, is you don't need that much threads to pull it apart, and much smarter than people than me just do that all the time, and you can still find them. And so when these new files come out, and here's what I'll bet: it'll be a lot of shit to go through, a lot.
Oh yeah.
I always think with that thing you told me of the Judge Napolitano about if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I think I know what that means, but I don't obviously.
What do you think it means?
Oh, I think it's Monarch, dude. I think it's part of I hope it is. I hope they're going to get that off their chest, that MK Ultra never ended. I hope we're going to get that off our chest, because all the UFO shit is directly with that. And I don't know which parts are the mind control shit and which parts are some kind of entity. So And it's on purpose that you're not supposed to connect it. But they're very connected.
Well, I told you my friend Evan Hafer's theory about JFK.
What is that?
That when, so here's what happened. They don't clue JFK in on the bag of pigs until very late in the operation. And air support is critical for the survivor.
Oh, the Cubans, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he pulled, not the Cubans, Americans, American special ops guys. So they send in the fucking most ultra violent, best killers we have, but they have to have air support. Well, he pulls.
Can you repeat that, please? Yeah, no, I used to let people type in there, but then people would put really gory things in here, and I didn't have time to babysit it. So I just didn't want to show this. Yeah, I mean, if you want to type something, you can type in the free speech channel, and you can type in the promote yourself channel, self-promotion channel. That's
The JFK pulls air support, and those guys get fucked. And a lot of guys died that shouldn't have died. So those guys come back, and they're fucking furious. And those are the type of people that you would hire to kill people.
Yeah.
Because they kill people already. So if you got those guys, and you've got this president that the entire Special Forces division that went onto that island once dead. So you have thousands, or I don't know how many people deployed in that particular operation, but you've got, let's say you got 1,000 hardcore killers that want this president dead because their buddies got blown up unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah. I have a question, because they are killers. How come they tried to kill Fidel Castro 600 fucking times, which is kind of high? Didn't get that done. Only tried to kill Kennedy once, got that done.
Well, Kennedy was in a fucking convertible in Dallas, and Fidel Castro was aware that people were trying to kill him.
It's easier to murder your own people who don't see it coming.
That's true, though. But Castro was having like affairs with women who knew things.
Yeah, he was James Bond.
He was tied in to people that were involved in the potential assassination of him. He was getting inside information. That's why he didn't smoke the exploding cigars. They tried to do like a cartoon. They give him an exploding cigar.
This is just public record, which blows me away. They're like 600, because we'll tell you what a monster I'm sure he was. I know if someone tried to kill me 600 times, I might become a monster.
Yeah.
The first couple of times I might get different, But 600 times, I might get kind of cynical. I might lose my shine.
Yeah, well, he was already a monster. I mean, he was already
I want to know
the dictatorship.
Monster's a measurement, and I want to know what you're measuring against. I hope it's not against us, because a lot of these guys come up smelling better when you measure them against America. Did you notice that? Such as George H.W. Bush and George W. and Cheney and all those motherfuckers. Look, hey, Gaza, what happened, I guess we're going to move on. I don't want to hear about Russia, China, ever the fuck again after that shit. I don't want to hear about Uyghurs ever the fuck again after the shit they let happen in Gaza. Go ahead, do the thing you're going to do, and take our money. You're entitled to it, to do the murders you did. But don't come at me with that fucking
moralism.
The morals of the West bullshit ever the fuck again. Because I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. That's all. Because there's nothing I can do. I didn't do this shit.
It is funny. It is funny that, like, George W., when he's sitting on the stage at the inauguration, I look over at him. He's clearly medicated. I would just guess.
He's a Sirhan if there ever was one.
He's sitting there smiling and there's all these memes online where he's like seeing things that aren't there. But
yeah,
you have to be that if you killed 1 million people. If you killed 1 million people on a false premise, and how do you sleep at night? Well, they medicate the fuck out of you and you're fine.
But what about when you're kind of not a bad person deep down? How do we get people that aren't psychopaths to become secondary psychopaths, which is what they call a sociopath now? Because we need people to do murders. No, we're not sure. But we need people to murder for us, and it's not that easy to compartmentalize that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, our whole public school system is based on how hard it is to get people to pull the trigger. The system, right? That Russian emperor invented our schooling because 70% of his soldiers, when they tell you those rifles weren't accurate,
they were missing on purpose. Yeah, they didn't want to kill people.
So what the hell? Oh, they were growing up in loving families, and we got to fix that shit, right? So here's
separate them earlier.
Yeah, before you get that brainwave that tells you reality, okay? And then, do you remember when suddenly pre-K, outcomes of people went to pre-K are better?
Yeah.
Why? Because you separated from mommy earlier?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened with me?
What?
Did I tell you? I think one of the things that led me to questioning everything my whole life was that when I didn't go to kindergarten.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I went to first grade. First grade was the first time I went to school.
Yeah.
So I was with my family, this loving Italian family, nice
Catholic school?
nice home.
Mm-hmm.
First grade. And then all of a sudden I'm being controlled by this nun who was a fucking ruthless cunt.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first time I'd ever been around a mean person.
Right.
Like I didn't have like mean people to me in my life. And this lady was just fucking openly vicious. She said she was going to make me sit on a nail in the closet because
that's hot.
It was a weird shit. She would, smack your hands, and she would hit you. They would do things. She would hit people in class. I don't think she hit me. I don't remember her hitting me, but she hit people in class. And I remember
trauma bonding
as a 6-year-old kid sitting there in that class going, okay, I know this is all bullshit. This is not what God would want. These people don't represent God. Because I was like really into God. My parents were getting split up when I was 5. And I was like really lost. And one of the things that I clung to was religion as a young boy. I didn't even really know what it meant, but I wanted to believe that there was a God that made something.
You had formed the part of the brain where you have a sense of reality and fairness, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they need to get you young for boot camp. It's boot camp for kids.
By the time I had gotten to first grade, I had experienced enough bullshit that I realized that this lady does not represent God. This was just some mean old celibate lady.
Yeah.
And it was just, the whole thing was nasty, and the way she treated the students was terrifying. And from then on, I questioned things. It like literally set me down on a path from first grade. And it was because they didn't get me when I was 4. They didn't get me when I was 5. They got me when I was 6.
Yes.
My parents had already split up. I'd already seen some shit. I'd already seen enough chaos to know that people are fucking not what they say they are.
Right.
I'd seen enough shit behind the scenes.
No, that they got to get you. That's why it's so useful to have adults that care about Pokemon. We keep you 5 years old, one part of your brain forever. Forever, you're gonna.
I think that's vaccines.
Well, okay. It's not either way. It's like
I think it's the
we noticed this effect from a chemical. Well, we already know public record. They dumped that cobalt, whatever, on black kids in Chicago. We already know the shit they're willing to do to you at any given time. So why, if you notice that some kids get autistic and they're savantism, why wouldn't you just see? I mean, what was the point of bringing all them Nazis over after the war with all their great science if we're not going to test it out? And these fuckers think they can do that to you. They all think they can. I don't know if you remember the vaccine mandates, but there's an example of it. What am I, in the military? I got to take a vaccine because I didn't sign no papers. Well, we're going to nudge you if you want to go to work. Dude,
but that's all a money grab.
Well, okay.
But that's all a money grab. That's all
for a certain level.
No. That's 100% what that is. That's selling the most amount of vaccines possible. And that, just look at the number. That's worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, you're right.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. That's a money grab.
Now, okay.
But here's the thing. If you don't mandate them and you have more people that are surviving and getting through it and telling other people, it's fine, you don't need the vaccine, that cuts your profits in a massive way.
Shit.
A massive way. But that's all that is. You're looking into it too deeply. They're not trying to make autistic people.
What do you mean all? First of all,
that's a money grab.
Wait. Never mind the autistic thing. Of course it's a money grab. And because you're right now not thinking like Hawk Coin, you think like a poor person. Like I make weapons. I bet if I made more wars, I could sell more weapons.
100%.
I make fucking cures. I bet if I made more diseases, I could sell more cures. So the money grab is...
You make treatments. You don't want to make cures.
Yeah,
They openly discuss not wanting to have cures.
So, okay, so you see how... So openly, this is the thing... People go, oh, your conspiracies. Dude, I almost never tell the conspiracies, I think. I tell public record shit.
You tell them in the green room, you freak me out.
Yeah, just so, and here's why I do that to everyone I meet, because I just want to see. I just want to see.
Corner him. He's a fucking giant. He lurches over people in the green room and he's like, oh, did you know?
Well, one, because then sometimes people say something so uninformed that I'm like, it is a triggering.
Well, you have too much information, I think. I've been a friend of yours for a long time, and like we probably met 15 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah. How many years ago was that?
This is a long time ago.
Long time ago. And I've watched your
Comedy Addict.
That's right. No, comedy.
Was it the Attic? Jimbo.
Comedy Works. Jimbo's. Comedy Works.
I'm sorry.
Comedy Works in Montreal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So over time, what has happened is you have, through doing the Jimmy Dore show, you got exposed to all kinds of really fucked up, real conspiracies.
Yeah, the news. It's called the news.
Yeah, but a real independent journalist like Jim,
right,
who's also a comic.
Right. So before that, well, yeah, definitely, that's a big part of it.
That was it.
Before, so conspiracy almost like to relax after having to hear that. Before that was Barry Crimmins, and I'll tell you something. Barry Crimmins used to tell me so much shit that I did not have the ears to hear. And he would bring up Nicaragua all the time, and something Reagan did, and I'd be like,
Barry was a political commentator and a comic back when nobody was.
He was also the real deal with it. He wasn't a phony.
Oh, yes.
He wasn't a phony about it.
No. He was a real deal with
when we toured, okay? He wanted to tour me with the whole media, try to ruin me for a fucking month.
Yeah.
Which I always knew they kind of sucked, but what I didn't know is that they just make shit up completely.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the real first thing where I noticed there's a big problem. The previous thing where I thought there might be a problem was I had forgotten if we were still in Iraq. It had been some years. I was like, are we still doing that? Like, I felt like I left the oven on, right?
Right.
And I had to Google if we were in Iraq still. And then, so that disturbed me a little bit. But, I mean, I moved on with my life, obviously. Then the media thing. And then on tour, so Barry went on tour with me just to be seen with me because I was getting so much shit because he was a very left. He used to say there's no left here. And I would go, you could have fooled me. And he was right. So everybody's saying left and right here. What are you talking about? There's upstairs, downstairs. That's all there is. But dude, it's the same as the public school memos from your Rockefellers and Carnegies. They've written down the thing openly and said what they're gonna do. Alex Jones didn't make up the New World Order, okay? Alex Jones didn't pull that out of his ass. George H.W., 1,000 points of light, a New World Order.
Yeah.
Your best friend, Bill Clinton. Like shit's passing in the night. You didn't get under the Clinton charm. You just got
I just got the demon behind the eyes. Yeah. We just locked eyes.
The adrenochrome withdrawal eyes.
He just looked over at me, and we looked at each other for like 15 seconds.
The idea of like, do you need telepathy to read his mind?
If I still can't see, I'd rather probably do that the same thing. Just mute and deafen and let them run themselves back.
Looked at you?
No, I don't.
No. But the thing that's funny is he looked at you like almost like a fucking, that chick that blew him that they would have ruined. If she hadn't saved that dress, it would be like, who saves the dress? Somebody that knows they pissed off the Clintons?
Well, also, you should know that your strategy sucks because you got to have me on your side, you fucking idiots.
No, that's the thing. You're not going to them parties you get invited to.
Yeah, really.
Here's how they're going to get you. What I think is they're going to invite you to see a dinosaur be reconstituted.
They have invited me to see some things like that.
That's where
woolly mammoths.
That's where they'll make their move, Joe.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be tempted.
Hey, dude, if you want to show me you remade a fucking something cool, like, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. That's how they get me. They can get me with science. Barry Crimmins was the glue that kept the Boston comedy community together, and he was the reason why there's no hacks. Everybody was scared of Barry. I was fucking terrified of Barry. The first time Barry was nice to me, I was like, whew.
And he wasn't a hack. What's great is like, where'd that go? The guy that's like, the Barry was far left, you would call it.
Well, he was far left, but supported American workers, American-made things.
Right.
He would drink Budweiser. He would pull Budweiser out of his jacket on stage. He wouldn't drink foreign beer. Yeah, he was a real deal. And a really fucking beautiful person.
Well, you know how the left transition. See, it's all about transitioning. Nothing means anything. So what we do is take the meanings of words and we all stick our dick in it and gape the word until everything slides out of it. So nothing means shit. A vaccine don't mean that. Whatever you thought a vaccine was, a thing that makes you not get the thing.
Right. That doesn't mean
it's never been that. Oh, I didn't know. Well, thanks for educating me. Oh, don't worry, we changed it in the dictionary. They did do that. By the way, don't do your own research. I'm never letting that go. I read that in Forbes. You must never do your own research. Oh, can I finish this issue of Forbes at least? Do I have to put it down right now? Why would you say that?
But what's crazy about them saying that is all the things they were saying that were conspiracy theories, because this is all in regards, you do your own research stuff, it was all in regards to COVID-19. All the things that people were saying that they were calling a conspiracy theory turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, but yet no correction, but yet they still want to be the people that give you the news.
Hey, you know where the term tinfoil hat came from, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, Control Alt History. I can't recommend this channel enough. A lot of like recent history, but tinfoil hat. A guy named Leonard Kyle, Kiles. He had patents on like Polaroid camera shit. Okay, he was a smart guy. Thought his girlfriend was cheating on him, and he would fly into rages and was seeing a therapist. Bad luck for him. This therapist was a CIA guy. Yeah, Delgado. Those old things with the bowl where it doesn't charge because they're putting a chip. You know, the brain chip has been invented a long time ago. So they put this in this guy's head without telling him, a brain chip. And then it turned him into, I mean, it just fucked him up, okay? And he ended up in a booby hatch. And the pain from, you know, because microwaves have to be transmitted to his chip. So the pain of that in his brain made him put metal trash cans on his, because he's smart. He knew science things and what they were using, even though he was in pain. And then they started letting him use aluminum foil around his fucking head. And that's, so we get the term tinfoil hat from a guy the CIA mutilated and fucked up. And now we say it as a joke. Do you see how magic works? Yeah.
What was the implant they put in?
What was it called? The one they made in the 90s is called Soul Catcher, which is ominous.
Jesus.
Yeah, Soul Catcher.
Right. That's what
I sent you that. That was on CNET. I texted to you, dude. British Telecom.
It probably got lost in that fucking scroll.
Hey, if you're worried about the new Elon chip, I got great news, guys. They don't need a chip to do the thing no more. They did it. Why do you think people go, hey, what is this woke mind virus? Well, it's all like the COVID virus, a thing a guy made. Why would you even work on something like that unless you were going to deploy it? The CIA verifies, oh, they did think it was a leak. But guess what? It wasn't a leak. I'll bet you it was on, what I think it was on purpose, because I don't know why you're fucking around with that if it ain't on purpose.
Like, why are you doing this gain of function research if you're not trying to find a cure? Because they clearly didn't have a cure.
A cure for a disease that doesn't exist yet? That's suspicious. Hey, how come all the new viruses that come out, the explanation, the not racist and good explanation that you shouldn't research, because that's how science works, obviously, not by not doing research, they all come because some guy fucked an animal. All of them? Why do these freaks do this shit and then you get blamed? So they go, so you create a virus in a lab. No, you probably ate dirty bat wings. Oh, okay. There's this pattern of these assholes do something and then it's blamed on you. And it's in everything, the sci-fi. How many times I got to see a goddamn sci-fi movie with because you humans with your war. Oh, yeah, I did that, motherfucker. Thanks, alien. Hey, thanks for picking me up and raping me. That's what they do, right? They probe you. You wouldn't call it that if Puerto Ricans did it, right? And then they tell you not to pollute.
Right.
Don't pollute. And then they erase your memory, so you have to pay for fucking...
Hey, do you know why you were banned in so many chats? All right. So they really are. They're being stupid. I just wondered. No, I didn't think you were being naughty. I think you were right, but I just wondered why they were being so mean to you.
So, Rabbi, would you say would you tell me to do after
Get a Salesforce certificate. I've heard of it. Let me make sure it's the same one I think it is. Yeah, that's a good one. I think it'll take longer, but if that's what you want to do, go for it. It's just faster to do. Um, maybe. Oh, that's nothing. How about going to college for 4 years?
hypnotherapy to remember not to pollute? What is the purpose of that? It was like a guilt trip for being alive. Hey, what's your carbon footprint, Joe? Do you measure your carbon footprint?
Isn't it just a warning about the direction of the human race? Which is
we have a president, and you could go to his house and stick your thumb in his asshole and give him that information, since he controls the nukes and I don't. Why would you go to a farmer and say that to him when we got all these leaders that are in charge of that? There's something that's fishy with that, isn't there? Warning accepted. We got to stop being bad. Nobody wants these wars. That's why they voted for Trump. Nobody wants it. Only a few people want it, and they're the ones who seem to be hiding all the information. And I'm supposed to go, they have to keep secrets. Like I'm a housewife being cheated on, right? Everybody's done.
You're going around so many corners that it's hard to follow where you first started from. Yeah, right. You keep going. The stuff we started with autistic people, and now we're at.
It's all the same, dude. It's all the same. I keep seeing the same cycle of like the UAPs. So they're having hearings, and Chuck Schumer, that paragon of virtue is like, where's he sick of the lies? And he's signing a bill.
He's sick of the lies, Kurt.
Oh, and
he's representing the people.
Dude, Lou Elizondo risked his career to tell us there might be something he might have heard, and it might be dangerous. And there's a documentary, and I'm going to see James Clapper on a documentary. James fucking Clapper. He gets an attack of the honesties about UFOs. Hunter's laptop, though, he's going to sign that shit, right?
Right.
But this fucker's going to tell me the truth now. So I don't think there's something. I know there is, because you wouldn't be able to like how they're being about it. But I'm sick of this J.J. Abrams mystery box storytelling.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of misinformation that's going on, I think, purposefully to try to muddy the narrative.
Why?
I think it's ours. I think a lot of that stuff is, but I also think we get visited. I think that's real too.
Yeah, I think it is real as well.
I don't think it's as simple as one or the other. I think one of the ways to kind of continue to hide it is to have our stuff, and then eventually it leaks that we have advanced technology. But where did we get it? And what are we emulating? And are we in contact? And are all those stories, like what's going on under the ocean? Why are there these things that have been documented that go 500 knots under the ocean, which is fucking insanely fast, that they can go from the ocean to the surface, outside, into space, back into the water, documented stuff. Like that, we don't have that capability. So is that ours? Or is that some shit that comes from somewhere else?
Okay. Yes, they have it.
Or is it a combination of all those things?
No, it's not ours. Yes, they have it.
Well, it's not yours and mine, but it's a Raytheon's. You know what I'm saying? Like, does the government have some sort of like top secret propulsion system that's 50 fucking years advanced from what we have now?
Everything they have is about that amount of time more advanced, and I'll bet now it's probably more because back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, you sent me the thing. Beast system. The flying saucer that's a flying supercomputer that can spy on everyone and has those. Yeah. It's called the Beast system, which the level of significance of that is unbelievable.
That's right, the Bible.
Yeah, well,
it's the mark of the beast.
Look, what's the here? I'll be Larry Ellison. I don't know if you saw his creepy ass thing. He's like, "Yeah, we'll be watching everyone. And if you're a cop, you can't do bad because we'll be what?" I go, "You're going to be watching? Do I get to watch you, Larry Ellison?"
Yeah. That was the creepiest thing, that the idea that no one will have any privacy, and that way everyone will behave.
Except for you, right, motherfucker? So what does God get to do? God gets to look at everybody all the time, but you don't get to look. You can never look at God. They're going to make themselves God. It's real easy. And the way you do that, the way these...
Because Santa Claus.
You know what set me off?
He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. To be good for goodness sake.
Who wrote that?
Some creep CIA. I bet the CIA wrote that song.
Really? That seems like been around a long time. Well, all these songs are all. See, you go to school later, right? When you have a family where you feel like loved in it, and so you've already have established like a base reality,
right?
You know, a base reality. That's what it is. You gotta. It's not so cut and dry as left, right brain, but you have a masculine, feminine side. So your parents to properly pattern those parts of your brain,
right?
And your subconscious is the input. It's like a network, the subconscious. So so they want to get your mom and your daddy out of the house. Okay, so you have a single parent skull. Okay, and then stick their dick in your subconscious forever. That's the goal. That's the child they're molesting is your subconscious. So, like, dude, to this day, I think bronies is not a natural occurrence. I think a bunch of people that are on like Lexapro type drugs who are autistic, okay, who are deprived of feminine contact, deprived of it.
Yes.
The kind of people that are going to know about science, and then when an Epstein character invites them to fuck paradise, they'll go. You know, like the ancient assassins, they'll go to paradise and fuck, and you control them.
What? Ancient assassins?
You know, the assassins, that was what they do. They knock you out with hashish. Then you wake up in a garden with 72 virgins, all that bullshit.
Wait, you're confusing the shit out of me.
You know about that?
Well, I know that if you're a martyr and you die, you're supposed to get 72 virgins.
Well, that's the old, that comes from the old man in the mountain, the assassin, the term assassin. It's in video games. The term assassin.
But you're saying this like everybody knows it, right? Jamie, you and I are pretty balls deep in conspiracies. I don't know what he's talking about.
This is historical facts.
Yeah, I'm following a little. I mean, he is everywhere, but I'm following.
Okay, these are historical facts.
Okay,
assassins.
checking stuff.
What did they do?
There's a Sufi order of Islam, and the guy, they call the old man in the mountains. They show in the Marco Polo Netflix series, the old man, he goes to visit the old man in the mountain, and he had assassins, like young men, probably kid to like teen, and they'd smoke hashish. That's why it's called assassin, from hashish.
Really?
And you're knocked out on hashish because you never smoked it before you're a kid, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then you wake up in a paradise garden that this guy has filled with women. They fuck you, and then they smoke some hash and you go to sleep. You come out again, like, that's heaven. You get 72 virgins in a garden in heaven.
Okay.
This is like, it's more towards Shia, but I don't think Shia they probably call it a heretic. I don't know what's on to it, but that's what that's from. The 72 virgins is not a Quran thing. That's
Well, also, it doesn't mean 72. It means like a fuckload. That's what it means. Like the term, like when you say 72, it's like if you have 72 wives, it's impossible to have that many wives.
That heaven is a kind of like a dick Valhalla, pussy Valhalla you have to go to.
Right.
Okay, but that comes directly from assassins. That's to trick young men into killing people. And so they would kill a guy and get killed doing it, and they had all these ways of doing it. It's a historical thing.
And they thought they were going to go to heaven and be in that place where they had all the scrolls.
So that's a very effective form of mind control.
Right.
You know, if I can put on a show for you that you believe is real, you know, whatever it could be. If I put enough Disney magic into it, you believe anything.
Right. And if I have an island, and if I can fly everybody in on private jets, and you know you're going to party with Bill Clinton,
and you're a
Nobel laureate.
Yeah, and you get taken advantage of by the kind of girls that go for you if you're a super
And there's other
nerd.
nerds there. There's other nerds.
Dude, think of these nerds, these tech nerds, the kind of women that go for them. They're either like you ever see Real Genius with Val Kilmer? And there's that chick that wants to fuck all the geniuses.
What is it?
Real Genius with Val Kilmer.
Is it a movie?
Yeah, from the 80s.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh. Anyway.
Did you see it, Jamie?
But there was one girl that tries to fuck Mitch, the main character, and because she fucks all the smart kids in the school.
God, Val Kilmer was a handsome bastard.
Yeah, he plays a handsome scientist.
Perfect teeth.
It's a good fucking movie, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I really like it. Okay. I saw it when I was real young. But anyway, that eugenics shit, we're smart, we should breed. There's, you know, just like some chicks like comedians, some like musicians, some of them like super nerds, right? So now, let's say I want to control important things like a nerd's brain, and how do I manipulate a nerd? Well, I send pussy to him.
Right.
I make him feel cool. Right. I give him my island, and then, I mean, listen, it's probably easier than bullying Bieber.
Well, it's definitely the best way if you want to push a narrative, and you want like award-winning scientists behind your narrative.
We own the science, they said.
If you want to own the science, you have to compromise the scientists.
You're right. I want to ask. I like Eric Weinstein when he's on here because I'm always trying to listen when somebody's picking up. I want to ask, like I watch Brian Keating all the time, and he was telling me that thing about why maybe there's no alien. I didn't really, it went nowhere what he said, but I do like him. But I want to ask all these nerds, who's paying for your scientific materialist nerd shit, compartmentalized view that you have, and your respective expertise? Because here's where we're at. All the experts told me women have dicks, and they told me a gene therapy was a vaccine, and I had, like, we don't trust the shit that you went to school for. It's like the pat on the head, Nobel Prize horse shit. The Nobel Prize, is there any more worthless fucking joke of a prize than a Nobel Prize? You got to be a mass murderer to get one of those.
Do you know the history of the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, because so some rich asshole could ease his conscience. Well, I don't even think it's for that. I think it's to control the fucking.
But no. The guy, there was a false obituary. They made a mistake and thought that he died, and they called him the Merchant of Death.
Yeah.
In the obituary, because he made dynamite. So to whitewash his image, he decides to have a prize that he gives to the brightest minds.
Yeah.
So his name now gets associated with the most high-achieving brilliance.
Yeah, it's despicable, dude.
It's kind of amazing, though, because the Nobel Prize is the gold standard. That's the thing that everybody thinks, he's a Nobel Prize-winning scientist.
It's amazing if you thought it was shit, but once I learned that, I was like, oh, this ain't shit. It's another sweater on a dog. Yeah, here's your pat on your head. So why are super genius people this fucking stupid? They're just a little pat on your head. I got an A.
They all want status. They're just human beings. They all want to be the best of their group. They all want to be. They all want to achieve in a way that they get awarded. That's why everybody in Hollywood wants an Oscar. They want to have an Oscar on their mantelpiece.
I mean, the programming is so obvious when you look at it for 2 seconds. How you're trained from birth to be a fucking pat on the head dog, and you're trained to that's why Temple Grandin knows how cows think. It's useful to have people that think like cows.
Right.
It's so useful. You control how they breed. You can tell them, hey, you guys are all gay now. I don't want you breeding. There's too many people. You're all gay now. Oh, I am. Yeah, you're different sex. Imagine how great that is to have, what do they call it? What was the term from the program? Programmable biorobotoids, I think is what Kissinger called them. Yeah, that's all the MK Ultra shit.
Whoa. What?
No,
that's what he called people that were under the spell of MK
something
Ultra.
Like biorobotoids. A robot means laborer.
Right.
It's just a way to get slavery. It's just a way to get back to good old slavery, which never left.
Well, the experiments that they did with drugs on people, that's literally what created Ted Kaczynski. And do you remember the one?
I'm sure they stopped.
They did it in St. Louis.
Yeah.
I think they sprayed it out off the top of a building.
Yeah, they didn't even use the chemtrail. They did off the top of the building on the black kids in a building just to see.
But wasn't it LSD?
No, that's San Francisco. This was cobalt.
But wait a minute.
I don't remember. It's cobalt something. It's radioactive.
Oh, that's right. It was to judge whether or not they would be poisoned and what level of poisoning they could survive.
But it sounds Nazi-ish, don't it?
Super.
I wonder if Dr. Green was involved. You know who Dr. Green is, right? Mengele.
Oh, let's one step at a time.
Yeah, we brought
Before
Mengele
you go down, Dr. Green. What was that experiment? Someone told me there was one where they sprayed LSD in.
That's San Francisco.
No. Oh. San Francisco was pneumonia. St. Louis, Doris Spates was a baby and her father died inexplicably. She has watched her siblings die of cancer. She survived cervical cancer. During the Army conducted secret chemical testing in her impoverished St. Louis neighborhood in the height of the Cold War. She wonders if her own government is to blame. In the mid-1950s and again a decade later, the Army used motorized blowers atop a low-income housing high-rise at schools and from the back of station wagons to send a potentially dangerous compound into the already hazy air in predominantly black areas of St. Louis. Local officials were told at the time that the government was testing a smokescreen that could shield St. Louis from aerial observation in case the Russians attacked. But in 1994, the government said the tests were part of a biological weapons program, and St. Louis was chosen because it bore some resemblances to Russian cities that the U.S. might attack. The material being sprayed was zinc cadmium sulfide.
Cadmium, that's what it was.
Cadmium sulfide, a fine fluorescent powder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Russians have black neighborhoods, I guess.
The new research raising greater concern about the implications of those tests. St. Louis Community College Merrimack sociology professor Lisa Marino Taylor's research has raised the possibility that the Army performed radiation testing by mixing radioactive particles with the zinc cadmium sulfide, although she concedes there is no direct proof.
Fucking jerk-off motion.
Right. But well, if she's saying this, she must have some reasoning.
She has weed.
Yeah. But her report released last month was troubling enough that both U.S. senators from Missouri wrote to Army Secretary John McHugh demanding answers. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So the San Francisco one was a disease thing. Find that, Jamie. The San Francisco one, they were spraying pneumonia into the clouds.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they've stopped doing things like that.
Yeah, what was the San Francisco one? I think they had the fog coming in, and they wanted to see if they could distribute a disease that way, and so they spread a disease aerially to see how many people were infected.
How many was it?
I don't know. What year was that? What year was it that they did that? I want to say that was the 80s.
I can't look up it. It's going to be something else.
No. San Francisco experimented with diseases on its population. Try that. What do you got?
I mean, they just did it to you a couple years ago.
1950 was the 80s. Okay, United States, after secretly spraying San Francisco with SM. What is SM? In 1950, 11 patients at a city hospital contracted sciatica infections, one of whom died. The Army deemed the outbreak a coincidence and continued to use SM as a simulant in subsequent open-air tests.
Operation Sea Spray.
That's it, Operation Sea Spray.
That's
Okay, so a bacteria. So U.S. Navy in 1950, U.S. Navy secret biological warfare experiment in which Serratia marcescens and Bacillus globigii bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area in California in order to determine how vulnerable a city like San Francisco may be to a bioweapon attack, killing at least one American and sickening at least 10 more. Imagine, let's find out how we could be vulnerable to a bioweapon on our citizens, and to protect them, we will use a bioweapon on our citizens.
Yeah, that's
and we will kill people.
Yeah, well, so that's the attitude is you're cattle. That's the attitude.
Based on results from monitoring equipment at 43 locations around the city, the Army determined that San Francisco had received enough of a dose for nearly all of the 800,000 residents to inhale at least 5,000 of the particles. This is within range of the infectivity for anthrax.
Isn't anthrax a cow disease?
I don't know, but it's
a cattle disease.
Is that what it started
from?
They
tested cattle diseases on their cattle. Get it?
Jesus Christ. The bacterium was also combined with phenol and anthrax simulant and sprayed across Dorset by U.S. and U.K. military scientists as part of the DICE trials that ran from 1971 to 75. Jesus Christ. There's no evidence that the Army had alerted health authorities before it blanketed the region with bacteria. Crazy. Doctors later wondered whether the experiment might be responsible for heart valve infections around the same time, as well as serious infections seen among intravenous drug users from 1960s to 1970s.
Hey, I want to hear a fun one. You know about Kuru?
No, what's that?
You know, the cannibal disease you get supposedly from New Guinea.
Oh, yeah.
They studied, you ever see that creep? His BBC interview, because he was a raging pederast. Like, dude, so many. This is the other creepy ass thing. Like,
the disease is called Kuru.
Kur.
Is that Jacob's Creutzfeldt?
Put it. Jamie Deluxe is how he says his name. Jamie.
So this is a prion disease, right? This is the same thing as like mad cow disease.
But right. So the guy that discovered how it works.
Isn't this just nature's way to keep you from eating people?
Well, this guy uses nature's way to do things with boys, and he's interviewed, and he's going, "No, they all jumped in my bed." I mean, it's batshit. When you go back and look at the sci-fi visionaries and the tech visionaries, boy, they really have a lot of weird things in common, which is boys or Schrodinger like girls. You know, the Schrodinger equation from Schrodinger.
Like young girls mean?
Oh, he kept a diary. He believed women shouldn't be educated past the age of 12 because their brains don't form past that. I'm going to paraphrase the great Schrodinger.
What?
And you might as well be with them while they're hot because they don't get any better. You know, their smarts are going to get at 12. Yeah.
Schrodinger.
Dude, Marvin Minsky, what do they call him, the father of AI? He's big Epstein
Okay,
Island.
let's one at a time. Let's start with Schrodinger because this is fucking freaking me out. Schrodinger wrote that? What year was that? Schrodinger's cat. What year was that?
Yeah. Dude, I don't even know. It goes back a ways. Oh, there you go. The cat is out of the bag. This is in Forbes. Oh, Forbes, can I read this? I might be doing research. Is Forbes okay if I...
Austrian physicist Erwin Schrodinger was a pedophile.
Yeah, go ahead. Look at the article.
Okay, well, I was trying to find it.
It was really? You don't have any more free Forbes articles for the month?
Why don't we have a subscription to Forbes? We should probably have one just for the fuck of it. I don't mind paying those monsters.
$74.99 to find out who's a pedophile. I mean,
listen, man. You gotta know. Don't you think that there's some place for some journalism still online?
Of course there is.
Right?
Dude.
But is there hope for these people? Is there hope that the Washington Post, New York Times, people like that can turn
companies?
Around? Yeah.
I think Alex Jones should buy CNN.
Today they won't buy it. They won't sue for their articles.
Yeah, dude, the CIA was always deeply, Mockingbird and all that shit, right?
Here it goes.
But once Obama signed Smith Modernization Act, dude, they're deploying troops into the media. Do you understand?
Right. Explain that to people. Explain that because we've talked about it before, but it was a big moment. It was 2015, right?
I thought it was 14, but
whatever. It was in that range.
Well, the world ended in 2012.
They legalized propaganda.
Yeah, so it used to be illegal to propagandize the CIA, but the CIA works in other countries. They're not Americans.
Right.
Well, after 9/11, and now they work here, and Obama signed a thing that they can propagandize citizens. So that means through the media.
Yeah.
That means
legally.
Bots on your Twitter.
Yes.
They got deployed on Twitter and shit.
Yeah.
And so,
well, not just bots, but it might be most of the discourse.
Yeah, they call it the dead internet theory. It's not dead. There's living CIA.
Yeah. U.S. repeals propaganda ban, spreads government-made news to Americans.
What?
Government-made news is great.
Where does it say
that phrase? Government-made news is amazing. The problem is, like, with any other job, if you've been wrong so many times, you'd get fired.
Yeah,
right?
You would, wouldn't you?
If you lied so many times, no one would trust you to be the only people that get to distribute the news.
So why do you think it's still? Why do you think it still works?
How is that legal to propagandize American citizens with lies? Not only that, but you don't have to tell people about it. So, like, it doesn't have to go through an approval process.
If you tell people about it, you should go stay in Russia because we're going to try to kill you.
Yeah, you can't tell people about it.
People still hate Snowden. There's people who think that guy did something wrong on any level. The The oath is to you, me.
But
not
here's
to
what it is that you don't. It's not saying you should never have intelligence agencies. You should have intelligence agencies. The world's a dangerous, fucking crazy place.
Yeah.
But also, you gotta have rules.
They should be accountable to somebody.
You have to have rules, and one of the rules should be you can't turn that shit on us. That should be the rules. You shouldn't be working in conjunction with a specific party, and your set goal is to establish a specific candidate. And so to do that, you are going to use propaganda on the American public for a particular candidate that's running for president in the United States of America. You are going to decide to lie and use propaganda, and it's illegal. That's crazy. You're supposed to do that in Guatemala.
Okay,
You're supposed to do that here. You're supposed to do that in other countries.
Dude, there's supposed to be, first of all, there's
and you're not even supposed to do that. But that's what we think you're doing.
Well, you think
you're
just move
overthrowing
on.
governments in other countries.
I just don't think about it too much and move on. I'm watching Landman later tonight.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's.
I'm on episode 5.
Well, I like it because it gives you a real education from the petroleum industry. Who pays for it? It's like by the way, I'm not against, but I don't think that oil is even scarce now. I used to think that, and then I saw that Colonel Prouty thing. See, here's what happens. Once you get to graybeard times, that's when you're an idiot that doesn't know anything all of a sudden, right? And that's what, so Barry, who told me all this shit, that I was like, all right, now I understand what he was telling me, all this stuff. But now I've already aged out of the demographic of who gives a shit what you had to say.
You know, I read a book in it was probably like the 90s called Black Gold Stranglehold. It's a crazy book. I don't know if it's even been disproven because this is back in the days when I wasn't really reading things on the internet. I was just getting stuff from actual books. So I didn't research whether or not this book was bullshit. But essentially the theory was that oil is a natural process of Earth and it regenerates. And that's why some wells that used to be dry now produce oil again. The idea that it's a property of Earth that we're tapping into, and it's not as simple as this is a finite resource.
Yeah,
this is a resource
diamonds.
But diamonds take millions and millions.
But there's not a shortage. They artificially.
Right, well, that's true. There's not a shortage.
So
but
if you
what
do
I'm saying is, but the Earth is not replacing diamonds all the time like it's replacing oil. The theory is
you're right.
The theory is that Earth, because Earth has a finite amount of gold, right? It's a shockingly small amount of gold. Have you ever seen? Yeah. What they know, they actually just found some new gold in China, so that might change that because they just found they found a huge amount of gold in China, like an enormous discovery. But the amount of gold physically, they've showed it on football fields. It's crazy.
Really?
It's like a football field of gold. It's 10 feet high in the whole world. But gold has a very unique property.
What is it? In
that you could take a tiny, tiny piece of gold and coat this entire table. Gold can be spread insanely thin. That's why a lot of things are gold plated. It looks like gold, but it's not gold. It's like steel. But then over that, they've got the thinnest layer. Right. And the more amount of gold versus steel is 18 karat, 24 karat, the purer the gold is. But pure gold in a form of coating things. That's why they paint ceilings with it and shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it gets insanely thin. It's a super, super unique metal.
Even a thin layer of gold, how much heavier does it make something?
Oh, it must make something much heavier. Gold's so heavy. But what's really fascinating is that gold doesn't serve any functional purpose to evolving man, but yet in that time period, it became the number one source of currency. In the time period before metal, before we were able to make steel, and before people had, electronics, gold, way back in the day, was the thing for no fucking reason. There's all these other things that look pretty. Why did we decide that this kind of metal?
You told me why. Yeah. Because you can spread it thinner. So, how Tom Cruise has to learn to read with Play-Doh?
What?
Scientology, you have to model a thing out of
Play-Doh. I thought you meant Plato, the philosopher. I was like, what?
No, Play-Doh.
Right. I'm so interested to see how you're going to tie this around the gold.
Well, it's that's a child, play with Play-Doh. That's the metal that's the easiest to work like a child.
Yes, it is, but it just doesn't make sense that people would be, in the time where you needed a sword, why would you be willing to trade a piece of shiny, useless metal for something that's functional, it's going to save your life?
Because if I'm creative, right, and I, there's all this shit's getting this battle of priest versus king. Now the engineers want it, but the guy that figured out how to work the gold and read and write and do that, then they started breeding the kings themselves. That's what Egypt is. It's inbred
I think the
kings.
better version of it is the Anunnaki version. The Anunnaki version is that human beings are the product of accelerated evolution. We were essentially designed to mine gold for this alien race that needs it to protect their environment. And
because you can spread it, you can smear it over the environment.
This is in Zechariah Sitchin's The 12th Planet. And so what he said is that the Sumerian tablets talk about how their atmosphere was eroding and that they needed to spray gold into their atmosphere to maintain their atmosphere. What's crazy about that is this is exactly what these fucking eggheads are talking about doing today by spraying reflective particles in our atmosphere.
Well, because that Anunnaki shit's from their cult.
Gold would be the perfect metal for that. That's what my point. You can get gold dust can get so fine.
Yeah.
It's a very weird metal, man. It's weird. It's weird that we are so obsessed with it, and it doesn't really, other than like conductors and stuff, like in electronics, it doesn't function like later in life. But it way back in the day, when you have jade and emeralds and all these other things that should be like super valuable as well. Why gold? Why does that become the number one thing that everybody agrees we have to have?
You can make it into shit and say it's magic. No. You can make an atmosphere or a nice gold chain.
Yeah, it's not enough to make everybody kill people for it.
It's no hawk to a coin.
You're talking about this happened at the time when people had animal skins on. You know, you're talking about the time when people like regularly just wore animal skins and made all their tools with flint. You know,
like this before Noah's Ark. When
does gold start being a currency? I'd like to know. 700 BC.
You know what I like? The story I like of because you always hear about the Book of Enoch now, and so they name like the different angels. That the thing of accelerating evolution. If I read between the lines of that with my cynical eye from the COVID times, I look at that as we did bestiality experiments. That's how I read that. If you read like Bale's cycle and all that kind of shit,
I don't want to get off track here for a second though. So this was 200 BC, so that's 2,225 years ago, right? That's when they first started using it as currency.
700 BC.
But I thought they used it as currency in like Mesopotamia too. I thought like those kind of expensive coins.
I thought it's like associated with the sun and shit. And
well, they know that there's Roman coins that are thousands of years old, right?
Is it sun related to people back then? I thought that's the official thing.
That gold was sun related? Look, I'm not saying that gold isn't, like anything that's rare is probably valuable to people. That seems to be a thing. Like we like limited edition things. Like people they specifically like things that are hard to acquire. Like we were talking about like artifacts earlier. That's part of the thing.
I'll bet with golden
here it goes. 5,000 years ago, Mesopotamia. Okay, they stamped silver and gold coins to pay armies. So it goes back further than that. So the earliest known mints,
the Mesopotamian shekel,
they emerged. Okay, the first known form of currency emerged nearly 5,000 years ago.
Not necessarily gold though. It was just currency. It could have been made out of whatever.
Oh, you know what? Didn't they have currency that was also like beads?
Yeah, that this was saying no other.
So then they switched to gold around. So it is the same around the same timeline.
Gold became the first.
I think the first currency is blood. That was the first currency. Blood.
Okay, so it doesn't go as far back as I thought. I thought that would make sense why we're so infatuated with gold.
Well, I don't.
But the Zechariah Sitchin thing. What's interesting is he wrote about that in the 1970s, and then scientists in like the 2000s started proposing it as a solution to our eroding environment.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that they have, because he's a wild fringe theorist, and yet this is why I ask scientists, why do rich people, the ones that pay for you to be a scientific materialist, all your specialized knowledge, they believe in fucking Zechariah Sitchin shit. Do you ever ask yourself that? Why do they think that?
A lot of people don't believe in him, though.
Okay, here's what I do. Yo, that's why you gotta read Joseph P. Farrell. I told you, that guy's great. Because a very interesting thing about Sitchin, his background, okay? He into it from his antiquing or something. He's in Rockefeller Center. It's like, who funded him doing all this?
Well, you know, it's
Rockefeller Center. I'll give you a hint. It was Rockefeller Center. So that motherfucker was definitely into that shit. You know?
That shit?
Yeah, like Shirley MacLaine. Here's an example. Shirley MacLaine used to be like the Atlantis celebrity, right?
Oh yeah. She was one of the first like famous ladies to go a little nutty.
Well, see, that's how they frame it. Oh, well, remember that one time that happened? But actually, a bunch of these people are like that. And they're smart enough not to jump around on a couch like Tom Cruise. They're smart enough not to do that.
Right.
Such as Nelson Rockefeller. So, dude, if you want to get power, okay, it's not that you believe necessarily in anything, but what's the thing that might get me power? And I'll do anything.
She claims to have lived a past life in Atlantis 2 million years ago.
Well, so she dates it 2 million.
She says she experienced memories of this past life while filming the 2016 movie Wild Oats in the Canary Islands. McLean wrote about her experiences in her 2016 memoir, Above the Line, My Wild Oats Adventure.
What does that mean? Is she gay? Is she on a sex tour? Is that what that means?
I don't know what that means.
Sowing your Wild Oats is a sex tour.
But if you actresses,
like,
how many of them are out of their fucking minds? So, like, this is not shocking that someone would say they lived in Atlantis 2 million years ago. Like, 2 million years ago, we weren't even people yet.
Well, first of all,
we weren't
that's
people.
That's not how she remembers it, number one.
Right, but we know that, right? So this is why she's just a
Well, Shirley MacLaine says something different.
She had a dream. She had a very vivid dream.
Okay, so actors, as you know, can, especially like method acting you hear about,
right,
where they go in character and they're gone, right? So how do you develop a talent like that? You have to be able to dissociate out of your fucking body.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So that's how you get those kind of memories.
Well, you probably have a detached connection to reality when you're a really good actor.
Well,
because you're so good at, like, becoming this other person. It's almost like you're throwing yourself into another body, another soul, another life.
You'll see people, like, that are religious make it like they're possessed by a thing. But I'm like, I don't see really a big difference.
They get possessed by a character. Like Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood.
Yes.
That guy is possessed by that character. Like, I bet he created a past for that guy.
Of course.
And, like, moments that
he was cobbling shoes and thinking through the fucking There Will Be Blood guy.
Mind. Yeah.
Yeah, but so that's what a lot of stuff is like you just take the power of that.
I know, but you went on a long, circuitous route from Zechariah Sitchin.
Oh,
and I want to go back to the Zechariah Sitchin thing because, you know, I had that guy, Wesley Huff, who's a Bible scholar.
Yeah, I saw it.
Very interesting guy.
Yes, I think he is.
Very intelligent guy. He doesn't believe that Sitchin could really read Sumerian.
Oh, yeah. I was going to have you were telling me that no one can read Sumerian.
Well, this is what he was saying. And this is a guy that speaks and knows many languages and is a legitimate expert in ancient Bible texts.
Yeah.
In Aramaic, he was explaining the difference between Akkadian and Sumerian and cuneiform.
Yeah, right.
He's a legitimate language expert. And he said, I learned all these other languages, but Sumerian was so hard. Like, it just doesn't work. I just couldn't figure it out. And he said, I don't think that Zechariah Sitchin could read it. I think a lot of people say they could read it and they're lying. He says, I think there's very few people that can actually read Sumerian text.
Who can?
I don't know.
I'd like to ask him who can do it.
I mean, there's courses you can take, but he says it's insane to grasp because it's not connected to any other languages. He's like, there's a lot of these languages that are like similar to other languages, and you can find patterns in them. He's like, it's so nuts. It's so like when even we're getting like a translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? Which was in, I think that was in Akkadian, right?
Akkadian, yeah.
Akkadian, brother.
That's before Sumerian or after?
After they conquered Sumer and their languages sort of intertwined, he explained. But who the fuck knows? No one even knows what any of those words sounded like. No one can say it out loud, which is so nuts. Like that language is so gone that you can't say it out loud. So when someone like Zechariah Sitchin comes along and he has like detailed explanations for all the things that happened and that this planet called Nibiru had these beings called the Anunnaki who come to Earth and they genetically engineered humans and they knew about our solar system and all this. I don't know how he's getting that because other people aren't getting the same thing. And there's a website called sitchiniswrong.com.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't even know if this guy's right. This is the problem. I think this stuff is so weird.
Yeah.
The earliest versions of the origin story of humanity are so weird that I don't think anybody really totally understands how to interpret them properly.
I think there is lots of little groups that think that they have the ancient knowledge of it. Right. And it's almost like a Scientology Xenu scam.
Right.
You know, like what do you call it? Mystery school. That's the ancient. Okay.
Yeah.
So all that is a religion where I don't tell you what the belief is until you like it in too deep to not believe it.
Right. It's like that movie Going Clear, when the writer was Paul Haggis, when he gets to like the top levels and then he reads the fucking handwritten notes. He's like, what kind of horse shit?
So how I got into looking into that shit was, I was like, okay, really wealthy people. I don't think Elon's the richest man in the world. I mean, like the real, like trillionaires. Like what is their Scientology that they're into? I just want to know that. And it's very similar. Like Scientology is almost a knockoff light version of the real thing. So they make it like, oh, it's the most sophisticated brainwashing. No, it ain't. It's just one of many. It's just one of many.
Well, I think for a lot of people, it helps them become successful. Yeah. I think having a religious framework helps you become successful. Yeah, I think it's one of the keys to like these Dagestan fighters in the UFC.
Yes.
Yeah, they're so religious and devout that they're so disciplined that they don't deviate from the path at all. And because of that, they just keep winning.
Yeah, so my question is, who gave these priests back in the day the sheet of passcodes of one weird trick to get in her pants? That's some kind of ancient knowledge that these motherfuckers have. And, I'll tell you another great channel is Windows on the World, because this dude's talking, Wallace Budge, the guy that supposedly Indiana Jones, I guess, is supposed to be based on?
No.
Oh, well, he wrote Malice has the book. It's Egyptian black magic or something. Ooh. And it's all about crowd control. And so all the pharaoh headdress, all that ridiculous shit they wear, there's a bunch of priests that are inbreeding. It's almost like Dune. In Dune, the Bene Gesserits were breeding the fucking people.
Right.
And then you spend your whole day preparing for your death as the pharaoh. And if you actually read the Book of the Dead, it's out of Three Amigos. It's like then the burning bush and you shoot your gun in the air. Remember Three Amigos?
Uh-huh.
It's ridiculous. It's busy work. And so you got an OCD culture now that I have to do this and this and this and this for when I get to cross the river Nile and the crocodile man asks me the 3 questions. They would just do this pointless homework, okay? And the priests controlled that. So I want to know where the priests got the method of control from, because I think that's what the big secret is that the Templars got, is how to control crowds. And I think that because it's so obvious, like all the sports is that. Everything is a little pattern thing to like just keep you on the wheel of Samsara forever.
It does make sense of you talking about like the Egyptian story of like going into the afterlife and all that stuff. Like they have it all mapped out. We got all the information. Relax, go to work.
Yeah, and then meanwhile the priest, right? And then so this guy had a great, I think his name was Mark Windows. Anyway, he had a great, something he said I thought about a lot, which is Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was introduced monotheism. Here's a way you can look at it. The industry of all these gods of polytheism had gotten so bloated, like the government had gotten bloated with priests, where you're worshiping every little rock, right? And he was like, hey, look, we know there's the main god. He's like trying to cut government down. That was his big crime, that they buried him backwards. And his weird shaped head, he could be alien, or they could have inbred him like a Habsburg. I don't know if you know what happens, but people start to look like fucking aliens after you inbreed them enough, And then you tie their skull up or whatever the fucking weird shit. So I think his big crime was crossing the deep state of his time, kind of. I kind of think that. But I think that what I want to know is, who are these people that they know the weird trick to do this and that, and they think that they're entitled to do it all the time? Like, what is that religion?
Well, I think anybody that's in power thinks they should stay in power. Yeah. Like a mayor that's getting voted out, they think they should stay in power. Everybody who's in power wants to stay in power because that's the game. The game is to get to the top. The game is to get to the top where you're the one who gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Dallas, Texas, Bob Smith. And he gets up there and says hi to everybody. It's the mayor. It's our mayor. He wants to stay that guy.
The Koreans call it. Have I told you about hot tuakoi?
But that's what it is. It's just a normal thing. And once you're in power, you want to stay in power. And that's what we saw during this whole election. Was that the people that were in power, we got to see, it wasn't even the guy. We thought it was the guy. We thought the guy wants to get in power, so he's got the staff.
People are like, that's okay.
It wasn't even the guy. It was the people around the guy that we didn't vote for.
No.
Like, this is crazy.
If you're like a more sophisticated, like R-type fucking loyal Democrat, that's the kind of people that know that and think it's good. Like, no, it's who he has around him that really counts. Oh, the ones I didn't vote for?
It's so crazy to say
like that
a giant group of people that can easily be manipulated behind the scenes are now in control of everything. And they just slide executive orders into front of this senile man who was deemed not fit to stand for trial.
Well, that's where the problem with running a pyramid scheme is, you're recruiting narcissists, sociopaths, the people that really succeed. By the way, every
you talk
time
about Hawk Tuchel? Is that what you meant?
Well, what I like about Hawk
Is that a veiled reference?
No, Hawk Tuchel is strictly for Sigma grindset alphas.
What about Melania coin? Yeah, copper.
Dude, I wouldn't mind giving some Melania.
How much do you think? Cheers, sir. How much do you think Melania coin's going for these days?
Probably a lot. If Trump keeps promises, I'll bet the coin will go up.
This is the way they'll compromise me. They'll come to me with a JRE coin idea, and they'll explain to me.
There's still NFTs out there, dude.
That was the best one. That one was like, you can't do it. You can't explain it to me in a way that makes sense. You can't. Yeah. The only thing that makes sense is people, because that's an NFT, but it's actually digital art. People, that guy, the guy who made the Giga Chat, the Elon Musk that's jacked. You haven't seen that?
Never.
Oh, it's amazing. We should probably have that on the desk again. Was it distracting? Is that why we took it off the desk?
Never told him. It's only ever been here.
Really? I thought we had it. Didn't we? Oh, we had it on the desk unplugged in Giga Chat. Yeah, you're right. It never was on the desk. But also, that's the Shibu Inu.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Shibu Inu coin is, how much is that worth right now? This is what we were talking about before, that if you put $1,000 into it when you started, it's worth like a shitload of money now. Yeah. And I'm like, is that real money, or is that like Dogecoin and this coin and the fucking
it's all
meme
magic,
coin?
Joe.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, is the $36 billion that bought the Trump coin, is that real money? Or is that a bunch of, did you sell Shibu Inu coin to buy the Trump coin? Did you trade it in Trump? I mean, what is that? Like, what's going on?
Well, if you do, I mean, look.
But is that ultimately good? Is it ultimately good to have cryptocurrencies that no one's in control of? Maybe they're all volatile and crazy and moving all over the place, but it's not a central bank that's dictating the interest rates and telling you what you can do. You know what I mean? It's not something called...
Okay, let me ask you this. How can I check to see that it's not controlled?
Look at these giant spikes and people just fucking cash out.
2021.
So 2021, it was worth how much?
A lot more than it is now.
Hey,
$7.
Where's Hawk Tua at?
No.
Will you check Hawk Tua?
That's a 24-hour volume. It was $8 billion traded that day.
Okay, so what is it worth at that time?
I mean, it's 0.00000645 cents. So
oh, wait.
So what? Why did I read that thing about people that you bought at a certain point in time?
If you buy here, which is January of last year.
No, I think they were saying if you bought at the beginning.
Well, yeah, it just depends on what day you buy. If you bought this date, you're fucked.
So if you bought $1,000 worth at the beginning, what's that worth now? Can you calculate that?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot.
The point was, in this stupid thing, was they were just talking about the volatility of these meme coins, how crazy it is, and that some of them actually proved to be profitable. And so the question is, we have so many of them already. Mm-hmm. What's to stop people from doing it? Are there rules? I could see someone saying it's unbecoming for a president to make a big money grab and start a meme coin. That I see that argument, but my question is, who's allowed to make them? If you have a Shibu Inu coin and a Doge coin, a Hawk Tua coin, how many of them are there? Let's find that out. How many meme coins are there out there, and what's the rules? Like, who? I'm not saying that anybody should or shouldn't be doing this. I want to be real clear. But I'm saying, what is going on here, and how easy is it to make one of these things, and can anybody do that?
Yes.
Anybody can do that.
Yes.
So isn't that fucking weird? And is that weird and bad, or is it weird and different, or is it better than having a central bank that's controlled by something that's supposed to be the Federal Reserve, but it's not federal?
Okay, so you brought gold, right? So
right.
Here's the phases of magic. First, gold is alchemy, and then dollars, which is central magic, and now conjuration, where we conjure it out of nothing.
Right, you can make a
it's
coin,
all, yeah.
And if you're the president, you can make a coin. You make $36 billion off that coin in a day or two, or it's worth it, or it was, and it went up and down.
That's where it gets real tough because he can't cash out.
Right,
if he cashed out, it would fall apart.
But could you use that money that's in that account to get loans off of and stuff
that day while it's still that valuable? And no one, a smart person wouldn't do that.
But imagine if you have Trump coin. Let's imagine. I'm not saying that anyone's doing this, but let's say we do a JRE coin. And the JRE coin is worth $3 billion. And we decide, okay, we're going to take some of that money and not sell the coin, but use it as collateral for a loan to build a $2 million new studio.
Not for that, but essentially that's what the projects are supposed to be for. They're launching a coin almost as a fundraiser, as a new way to be like a stock. It's just not. It's not a stock.
That's what they're saying. Okay, well that makes sense.
Everybody's got their own plans.
That does make sense, because then you're essentially crowdfunding the organization. And as long as he's not selling the coins, the question is, like, when does it become a problem? Like, first of all, no one's making you buy into this, so it is what you say. It's legal gambling, because you're putting money in, thinking you're going to get more money.
Okay, so
you're going to be able to find a moment where you're going to cash out. And I know a guy who got fucked doing that, where his guy sold it at the wrong time and he lost a shitload of money.
Oh, I think you're going to say he got cheated by the coin wallet he was inventing.
No. Because that's because he was trying to cash out and he missed it.
Look, you're just not backed up. If something goes wrong, you don't have the backup that you supposedly have with the other one. That's, to me, the main thing. But at the end of the day, you're going to be part of the new Technocracy Inc. energy currency.
Yeah.
You know Technocracy Inc., the Canadian techno, where the guys wore gray suits, and the whole thing was you're going to have energy credits.
Yeah.
You always hear, and it's splintered into a lot of things.
Right.
You know, that's what Elon's grandpa was in, where they gave people number names that sound like, when we say kid name numbers, XH, they would do that.
Yeah.
But his grandfather, the guy was like kind of a phony and a loser, the main face man of it.
Mm-hmm.
And but you still hear but isn't that the TechMate? You heard of that?
No, but isn't that a weird thing about people? Is that there's always in every fucking stretch of the earth, someone figures out like a system where there's a group of rules and laws and there's gods and it controls people.
Because human nature is not good or bad. It's programmability. And so the first guy to figure that out is the guy that got to be the first priest, I bet. Or maybe he didn't figure out. Maybe somebody told him.
Well, that's how you turn someone into a soldier.
That's how you turn them into whatever you need. That's why we have the Prussian school of school. The teachers aren't there to know. You're like, oh, these teachers can't even pass an English test and they teach English. Well, just so you know, the system was set up not for them to know shit. The system was set up with psychological things. So whatever rich guy is in charge that week, that's the So remember Common Core that all the liberals complained about Common Core. I don't have kids, so I didn't know how bad it was. But that's the Bill and Melinda Gates are going to be educating you now foundations fucking thing. Right. And it's all psychology. They don't give a shit if you learn anything. They give a shit if you're going to be a problem. And the reason I know is they wrote it down openly. John Taylor Gatto, get all his books about education. Unbelievable. If you thought the Fauci book was interesting, wow.
Really?
Yeah, John Taylor Gatto, he wrote a good essay called Against School. And so the history of it, so people get old and die out. You got a new generation of suckers born that don't even remember, right?
Right.
But there were people shooting at the feds when they instituted public school.
The whole idea of having someone like Rockefeller figure out the education system is so wild.
Carnegie helped. Don't think it was an autocracy.
Right. There was a few people involved.
A bunch of plutocrats.
They had a design. And that design could have been different. And who knows what we'd be like if it was. But here's the other thing. I think there's some aspect of school forcing you to sit in those classes, forcing you to pay attention. But there's some aspect of that really gives you the motivation to not live that life.
Well, that's how I felt.
That's how I felt.
I went in, when I went to school, I already could read. And so I was more full. How you describe that thing? No, I was still I remember like crying because I couldn't get in line. I didn't know that.
But don't you think that's what makes like musicians, comics, artists? That's what makes like the resistance to want to be in that world.
Oh, you know what I think it is? It's like, you know, they say how foie gras is made. It's only bad foie gras made this way, but all the geese are like this, and they're just force feeding poison into them to make their liver soft. And that's what
it's just grain. They're giving them grain,
well,
so they overeat.
It's not how good foie gras is made at all. They treat them well, or wouldn't be good.
Do you know that? Okay, but do you know that the ducks actually walk over to the feeder? Do you know that they want that to happen?
Well,
they want to have full bellies. It's gross that they do it the way they do it. They jam it, but the ducks want it to happen.
No, I know. But look, I'm just saying, The imaginary way?
Bourdain told me that. I'm like, no way. He showed me a video.
Dude, Joe's Voice had an article years ago about it, and the guy was like, look, if it was different, I'd tell you, but I'm telling you what I just saw.
Yeah.
But we're not in that good system. We're the ones from the story like this, and they force poisons in you, and then sometimes you lay golden eggs. And that's what it is. You're a medium. You're big, like a water balloon filled with blood. You know, they make snake venom where they bite the horse and they use the horse's hormones to make. Well, people, that's how we probably invented medicine, was using people with venom and then taking their fluids and making drugs out of it and shit. Like,
what?
Yeah. You never heard of this?
What are you talking about?
How medicine was invented?
Well, it was mostly, the Rockefeller method was they were using oil, right? Wasn't that like he converted pharmaceutical drugs to petroleum-based production?
A little gold in it.
Wasn't that like his under his direction?
Oh yeah, no, dude. Eugenics didn't come from the Nazis. It came from us. It came from our billionaires, and they're real into it.
Right now, RFK Jr. is having his hearings.
Oh, dude, he's interfering again. New World Order, not Alex Jones. That's the thing they said openly. Bill Clinton said it. You could tell who the whole gang is because they all said it. Then they change it to the rules-based international order. Every stupid parrot phrase, I can never get out of my head now. You know what I mean? Like going back in Iraq, the terrorists go to the sound of the guns. That fucking shit about why Iraq was a good idea. Because instead of attacking us, the terrorists will attack the soldiers in Iraq.
Right.
Because they go to the sound of the guns. But you hear it 3 times and now it's a fact. Democracy's on the ballot. Democracy's on the ballot.
Yeah.
Democracy's on the ballot. And then if I've been pre-primed properly with some good MK retard programming, and I hear democracy on the ballot, I react differently than your old people still watch CNN who are just like, I heard democracy's on the ballot. I might be triggered to go, Sirhan. What? Remember all those guys that went to kill Trump? Remember how weird they were?
Yeah.
The guy with 2 different color hair.
Well, the first guy's the weird one because the first guy had 5 phones. His house was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in his house.
Yeah.
He had no online social media profile, and he was 20 years old.
Yeah. And
he was in a BlackRock commercial, and there was some sort of metadata from a phone that traveled from outside of the FBI offices in DC to him on multiple occasions.
His folks were behavior modification therapists. Jeez. Is that weird? Hey, I don't want to tell tales on school. Yeah, that's
good news. It's a girl. Dude, that guy was the perfect Lee Harvey Oswald. They'd scrubbed his past. There was nothing there. Dude, but you know how nutty that is if you pull that off? We're in an alternative timeline. We're in an alternative timeline.
Seems like the same old timeline to me.
No. The timeline took 2 big shifts. Mark Andreessen brought this up, and I think he's totally right.
Yeah.
The first big shift was Elon buying Twitter. That was a big shift. The second big shift was that bullet missing Trump. Those are giant shifts.
The
different timelines. Because then he wins. And then when he wins, and then now he's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Look, it was all foretold in the Illuminati card game. I don't know if anybody knows about that.
Did you see that thing that I sent you? I think I sent you, Jamie, where they were explaining how this new technology's mapped out 55,000 NGOs. That showed you last night?
Yeah, it looked like the galaxy. It looked like
it's so crazy. It's like there's a sophisticated non-government organization.
So that's the shadow government.
Hey, so the government is funding non-government organizations. Yeah. This is what's nutty. So fractal technology maps previously hidden connections between 55,000 liberal NGOs, revealing how tax dollars allegedly flow through major institutions like Vanguard and Morgan Stanley to groups like the Chinese Progressive Association. This breakthrough tracking system can now monitor every dollar going to every NGO, exposing intricate funding webs that traditional tech couldn't detect. Example, Black Voters Matter Fund's $4 million distribution network was invisible until quantum mapping revealed dozens of subsidiary organizations. The unprecedented mapping reveals a previously hidden web of financial relationships. So if you look at this crazy web of financial relationships and like what is being done with all this money, it's just like shell corporations. It's like this convenient way to hide where all the money's coming from. And then this was a big part of what you were saying, like how much Kamala Harris spent in the $1.5 billion Well, a lot of it was to groups. A lot of it was to NGOs.
Yeah,
literally
gets their payout.
The most egregious example, whether it's true or not, we haven't been able to substantiate that celebrities were paid to endorse her publicly.
It just looked like it from their faces and how they performed.
Well, also, like, it looked weird. Like, the Beyonce thing was weird. People thought they were going to go see Beyonce perform, and Beyonce talks for 10 minutes and makes
great
$10
campaign.
million.
Have Beyonce and don't have her do the thing. Yeah, have her tell you her feelings and then leave.
Have her tell you how to vote without saying it. But also, it's like, did you really do that? Like, did you really? What's wrong? Did you really fucking pay someone? And is that legal to pay someone to endorse you? That seems crazy.
It sure
get
is.
Like a famous person, and like, it's one thing you want to endorse a Toyota. You know, like, this is my truck. I really love these Toyota Tundras. They're so reliable. It's an awesome car. But it's another thing to endorse a political candidate and to be paid for it openly. That seems crazy.
Well, we're legal. Fighting against Trump. Don't you understand, Trump?
50 Cent turned down Donald Trump's $3 million offer to perform at Madison Square Garden rally.
He still wants them Chelsea Handler blowjobs. Still.
Yeah,
that's how I read that.
So I guess what this is saying is that the Republicans do it as well, but this isn't endorsing him. This is just performing.
Yeah, I hope nobody has party loyalty here, because you are a chump if you do. You cannot go by and think, look, we don't even know what a woman is. How are you supposed to know what a Republican is?
Well, also, that's not like a good audience for 50 Cent, to be clear.
He said it on a radio show, and afterwards, Trump officials or people in the campaign said that it was not true. But,
you have to also figure in they might just be saying bullshit. Boy, I'm getting sick of that.
Yeah. Well, someone knows the truth. There's got to be paperwork. You know?
Yeah.
There's got to be paperwork.
I mean, I love the constellation. We had to use a quantum computer to figure out. Did you see Planet Biden family over in the other quadrant of the
all that money?
No, dude.
It's so weird that it's legal. They just flow money around, and I think that's a part of this whole spending freeze, right? I mean, isn't that a part of this whole government spending freeze?
I mean, look, I could believe that it's so out of hand that you had to invent an AI to figure out how much money is being stolen.
Right.
I can't believe that. But Richard Grill from Grand Theft World Podcast has drawn a map of the connections of, and his are like, they're not like a cult or something. He just did all the research and has a map of it, and you can see all the little groups. They really do multiply like that. Like they fractal.
That's wild.
And,
it's just so wild that there's so many of them. They do multiply, and it creates this like ecosystem of people that are there to support a very specific thing because their livelihood depends on
a pyramid, if you will.
Yeah, and well, this is another thing that did this happen, or did someone propose banning federal workers from posting on social media? And this was to prevent astroturfing. The idea was
they'll get around it,
but this is the idea. The idea is there's no federal funds can be spent paying a federal employee, and that federal employee then pushes propaganda.
Wait, but I thought we have military to do that for us.
The idea is they're going to stop political parties from doing that. They're going to say that you can't do that anymore. So you can't astroturf. You can't like send a bunch. You have to hire a bunch of people that send a bunch of things, and you're paying them because they do pay social media.
I think they're gonna.
You know that, right? They've offered to pay people to endorse.
Like stuff about the Hatch Act keeps popping up.
In general, all federal employees may use social media and comply with the Hatch Act if they remember the following 3 prohibitions: on duty or in the workplace prohibition. Employees may not engage in political activity while on duty or in the federal workplace. But they can do it when they get home. I think this was something that Trump proposed.
Oh,
so pull that up. Trump's first order hit workers, construction, AG, federal. No, see if you find anything on that. Because someone was talking about it last night at the club, and I said, I got to find out if that's real. That sounds crazy. And they were saying that it was to prevent astroturfing. But if you say that federal employees, including like Congress people, they can't post, like AOC can't post on Twitter, that's crazy.
Yo, get rid of the FISA court. Here's some things on the list that I hope that he's going to do. I hope the FISA court thing that Tulsi had to be like, no, I'm for it now to maybe get appointed.
Right.
And I think they're not buying she's for it or something. I don't know.
Don't you think that like the solution is that of course, everyone can post on social media because you have to be able to explain yourself. And to limit someone's ability to explain themselves while they're a federal employee, that's a weapon that you could use against somebody.
Yeah.
So they all have to be able to, but they should probably have to only post with their site. That probably should be a law. Like they can't have sock puppet accounts. They can't have bots. They can't they can't hire a bunch of people to post stuff for them. Okay, that should be the thing.
If you're in that Smith Modernization Act deployed to do that, you just compartmentalize this so this one group can't do it. But don't worry, the intel community
this
is
still
the thing.
That's the question. Like, should there be a law against hiring a bunch of people to pretend that they're regular people and post stuff for you?
Well, I mean,
should there be a law?
Because I guess I have to go over it. Look, I hate dishonest motherfuckers, so my knee-jerk reaction is, of course, there should be.
Right.
But I'm sure, like with every goddamn thing, like when I was really for the Patriot Act because I was such a patriot, it turned out it wasn't about patriotism. It was about spying on you.
Right. I found that this is nothing about a band, but this is something along the lines of what you're saying.
What is it?
So a subreddit called Fed News found that active worker daily activity on their subreddit is high during the middle of the day.
Are they working from home? Is that what they're saying?
Federal employees to post on Reddit.
Yeah, make them come to the office. You'll fix half of that.
Yeah, there's screenshots.
Federal workers. Stop. Go back. I couldn't see it the way it's. Federal workers posting their strategy to clog up the works in revolt embodies exactly why the U.S. population is so eager to jettison so many of them. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are complaining about having to go back to work.
The act of simple sabotage. I mean, it's like these people don't need to read it. You've lived it yourselves.
Go back to that. What is it saying? The act of simple sabotage?
Yeah, you've seen how
put it up again. The CIA has you covered with their Art of Simple Sabotage manual. The main points can also be found here in case you would rather not be accessing a sabotage manual hosted by a spying organization's website when said organization is now part of whatever the hell this administration is.
Oh, they were good before.
To summarize further for anyone too lazy to click either link, organizations and conferences insist on doing everything through channels, never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions, make speeches in quotes, talk as frequently as possible and at great length, illustrate your points in quotes by long anecdotes and accounts of personal experiences. When possible, refer all matters to committees for further study and consideration. Attempt to make the committee as large as possible, never less than 5. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. How wild is this? Haggle over precise wording of communications, minutes, solutions. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen the question of the advisability of that decision. This is crazy.
Well, that's an old manual that they're passing around online now. It's been out for a while. And see how it accurately describes everything that's going on around you?
Advocate caution, be reasonable, and urge your fellow conferees to be reasonable and avoid haste, which might result in embarrassment or difficulties later on.
Wait, I thought the Soviets were doing this.
This is so crazy.
Yeah, remember the speech about the Soviets demoralizing
what is this called?
These motherfuckers.
It's just like another Reddit post about federal workers or something like that. And that's what it's trying to.
In making work assignments, always sign out the unimportant jobs first. See that important jobs are assigned to inefficient workers.
Oh, but this works really well with the fire department.
So crazy.
The LA Fire Department really could use this info.
Is this real?
Yeah, this is old though. You didn't know about this?
What is it called again?
It's like a manual to overthrow countries.
I understand. I understand.
On a post that someone even commented on another post. That's what I got to figure out.
Right, but what is it titled when you click on the first one? Yeah, that one.
Supervisor told us to stop posting on Reddit.
The Simple Sabotage Act.
Oh, that's not.
The Art of Simple Sabotage manual. But this was the manual.
Yeah.
So what we're reading is straight from the manual.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
the Art of Simple Sabotage manual. It seems like a way
to
plug up the gears of society. And look, if you're a George Soros type character and you're funding these ultra liberal progressive DAs to leak crime back out onto the streets and be as lenient as possible, that would be a way to do the same kind of thing. Like
it's not just him.
The same thing as keeping the border open. Don't check no one. Let the gangs in. Have sanctuary cities where you don't even arrest the gangs.
How much do they got to do it on purpose before you figure it out?
Well, it seems so on purpose when Trump cleans it up like that.
That's when you know.
That's when you know. The art of simple sabotage. So this is on the CIA's website. So Jamie, now your computer is fucked. I can't believe you clicked that link, you son of a bitch.
Dude, they tell you the stuff they do all the time. That's the thing. Nothing is classified. I mean, it is, but it's not. They tell you. They tell you. And
so they were teaching people to do their jobs badly. OSS, it's like when you're on a union job and they're like, okay, slow down.
It's mafia. It's all the mafia. Everything's mafia. Those are mafia tactics. Oh, Rules for Radicals. You ever read that book?
Yes.
Glenn Beck used to bring it up, but the way he made those people fart a lot in the theater, it was like the end of Dirty Work.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Telephone at the office, hotel, or at telephone switchboards, delay putting calls through, give out wrong numbers, cut people off accidentally, or forget to disconnect them so that the line cannot be used again.
Yeah, we have AI to do that now.
They were doing this like way back in the day, trying to make things work shitty.
It's demoralizing, isn't it?
It's demoralizing, and it keeps people from figuring out that you're doing something.
Yeah, if you live in East Palestine, Ohio, I bet that was very demoralizing.
What a fucking bizarre world we live in. This stuff is being revealed now for the first time in mainstream life. Because all throughout history, if you were talking like this, if we were in the 80s and you were talking like this, you were a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, well, here's what's funny. The term conspiracy theory, lest we all forget, came out of Alan Dulles at the CIA after they murdered JFK, and he told his minions in the press to keep saying conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
So that's where we got that from, the people. I mean, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah, and people didn't want to be labeled a fool, so you didn't want to be labeled a conspiracy theorist, and so it shut down the conversation.
Well, Diddy should tell that to the judge when he goes in on his RICO. Your Honor, this is just a conspiracy theory. How come that's a crime you could be prosecuted for? I call it a collusion theory. Remember they started saying collusion? Because they burned the word conspiracy, so they had to say Trump, because what you're accusing of is conspiring with Russia, but they had to keep saying collusion because they made that term suck for intel purposes.
Right.
And every time they change the brand name, so UAP, it's because they go in the water. We have to change it. Do you? That's why?
Oh no! It was the word got muddy.
Yeah, the word got muddy. Who muddied the word, by the way, again? Refresh me on who muddied the word. Oh, you assholes.
No, a lot of things muddied that word.
The people in charge.
But UFO was also muddied by crazy people.
Oh, I know. They're useful to help muddy waters.
Yeah, listen, man. They do it on their own. There's a lot of people that do it on their own.
Well, okay. Once you tell the first lie, all kinds of speculations are going to happen. Why the fuck are you allowed to keep these secrets, motherfucker? I'm supposed to go, oh, it's a complicated world. Yeah, lying does complicate the world.
That's true. That's true. Like, if they do have secrets, that's true. But what I'm saying is the UFO stuff was muddied up with the same, like the Loch Ness stuff was muddied up. It was like people that got high at parties and annoyed the shit out of you with Nessie stories. You're like, enough. You're a fool. Okay. You're wasting all your time paying attention to something that's not real.
Yeah, so
UFO got put into that category for a long time. That's where you hide it.
Here's where you hide things.
But this is the thing that happened. They shifted it in 2017. So in 2017, when the New York Times makes that report, now all of a sudden, this is a real story.
Was COVID happening yet?
Not yet, no. 2017.
Oh, good. So we got prepped for maybe some disclosures.
I think that they needed to do that in order to slowly leak what they already have.
I want to know how they're going to tell anybody anything, because here's why you got to keep the secret for a long time. The secret's real bad. So how am I going to tell? It's like somebody's cheating on their girl with a horse or some shit.
You were lying to Congress. So if you lied to Congress, you're in trouble.
They own Congress.
But this is the thing. If it comes to a trial and it gets exposed, some people get sent down the river. Some people get sacrificed. That's probably what happened with Epstein, right? People get sacrificed.
And fucking Hugh Hefner made it to the end.
People get sacrificed.
He's a good operative. Boss Hogg served with distinction.
Yeah.
Boss Hogg was CIA. That's
you were telling me that last night. That is so crazy.
He spoke 5 languages. He went to Yale. He was
Boss Hogg for the Dukes of Hazzard, who played a moron.
And it was Strom Thurmond and somebody else he didn't like. That's the voice he was doing for Boss Hogg, and he's wearing a padded suit. He's not even fat, I don't think.
No way.
Oh, I know. He's a bonesman, Boss Hogg. Oh, yeah,
Skull and Bones. You mean?
Yeah, he was Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
I think it was Vietnam he served in. I
Find Boss Hogg on the Duke's app.
Nobody says. I've never heard any bad MK shit about him ever. By the way,
are you allowed to play Hogan's Heroes on TV? Because they have a bunch of swastikas.
Swastikas?
Are you allowed to? Yeah.
I mean, Chase Bank has a swastika, so why can't they?
Here, he was. But
Chase has a swastika for a logo, right?
What? Hold on. Hold please. One step at a time. You're scattering on me. Brooke was fluent in English, French, Japanese, Spanish, Russian, and Italian. Holy shit. They also say that he fussed with a half a dozen other languages such as Arabic, Mandarin, Chinese, Dutch, Persian, Polish, and Swedish. One of his hobbies was moving into and restoring rundown houses. In 1981, he lived in a modest home on a modest street in Los Angeles where he did his own gardening and carpentry. He called his Boss Hogg character despicable, but enjoyed meeting fans of the show.
I do not like Strom Thurmond.
Despicable. Oh, that's crazy. Well, actually, that probably. Oh, he wore padding to seem fatter. Just Google a scene, Boss Hogg on Dukes of Hazzard. Let's watch a scene. He was definitely a little fat.
No, I think Bob Odenkirk got his impression of Southerners from when I used to watch Mr. Show. I think he was doing Boss Hogg. I might be wrong.
My question was, you can't show the Dukes of Hazzard anymore because of that fucking General Lee.
They're just some good old boys, never meaning no harm.
They don't say me line. Let's see what colors you got here. Oh, orange, that right there. That's good. What's this one? Blue. That's pretty. What color you got here? Red. I hate red. Look what you did to me.
Hey, boss.
Hey, boss. You don't
Listen, boss.
Over here.
I just come in to report it. Ooh. What a gunshot wound. How come you're still standing? All right. That's one of you cutthroats done shot the boss in the gizzard, huh?
That's you hush up, you do-do. That's just pink.
It's just pink.
Yeah.
This shows you the evolution of culture, because that might be one of the dumbest scenes I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. It's amazing that this was a popular show.
He's mocking a guy he doesn't like with that voice.
I know, but the show's terrible. It's so bad.
Go back and look at all the 80s movies you ever watched, and the messages are kind of strange.
That show's so bad. Dude. Like, at least that scene in that show is so bad. But the point is that because of the General Lee, because of the Confederate flag, that they pulled it off of television.
Yeah, right.
So you don't see it anymore. Which is like,
I heard Bill Cosby bought it so you couldn't watch it.
Didn't he? He did that with something, right?
The Little Rascals. Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know if that's true or not either.
All these rich people, they get to a level like your Rockefeller. We have PR thanks to Rocky because nobody liked that motherfucker, and so they invented PR to help sell him.
Right.
That's why we have who's your favorite billionaire, right? So you're like, people hate Elon Musk. I'm like, oh, which billionaires do you like? Are you like Gates?
Yeah.
Bezos? You should pick one like a feudal lord, and you should serve under them and fly their banner. And you could do it with these great. Now I serve Hawk-Tuah coin. I don't know if I brought that up, but my lady, Hawk-Tuah. That's the programming is so obvious, and Disney's not going to be woke anymore. We're going to go back to Bavarian. It's all Nazi shit. Every single thing. The programming is the Prussian school. We brought Nazis after the war. They helped us go to the moon at NASA, right?
Yeah.
Was everybody just moving off of that? You think they shot JFK because not Nazis? Like CIA is covering for Nazis, and what if JFK gets rid of the CIA? Who's going to protect the Nazis? You don't think they would be super smart guys?
There's a whole bunch of factors, like we talked about.
It's a corporation
with the special forces guys. There's a whole bunch of factors that wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, shell companies.
He seemed to be doing a lot of the same kind of things that this administration's kind of doing, like trying to clean house.
They try to shoot Trump twice.
Yeah. That's what's nuts about the whole JFK story, is that he like openly talked about getting rid of the CIA.
I know. Like, looking back now, it feels kind of stupid that I thought they didn't kill him. Now I'm like, why would I think? Who else would have done it? Like, maybe it's the mob. Maybe it's the something like, it takes a village, you know?
Yeah. Why would you only have one guy do it? Especially back then. Like back then, it was so easy to keep a secret. in comparison.
Well, how did what's his name, Lee Harvey Oswald, get out of Russia with the daughter of what are they, SVU? So their intelligence agency, military intelligence, the daughter of somebody from that.
Yeah.
Who the hell got him in and out? Well, that's when we worked with Reinhard Gehlen from the SS. Remember when we merged all that Project Gladio shit?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everything, like everything you hear about the Devil's Chessboard in that book. That's when we merged with the fucking Nazis, but they were like good WEF Nazis. Like, do you know what I mean? They think globally, they act locally.
Well, it's all fact. Operation Paperclip was a real thing.
Well, we should forget about it and just not connect it to anything. I think it would be best if you didn't connect.
It's
things.
funny that people don't want to admit it. It is interesting. It's interesting, like that it puts so many other things into question.
Yeah. Well, now that I don't believe in God, I got nothing. So I got to believe in this forever, don't I? Now that I know I'm a scientific materialist, and I know there is no God, because what else can I rely on except the promise of transhumanism? One day I will be a robot man. Yeah. These fucking weirdos say this shit. There is no need. Dude, I'm watching Bad Fad on here. There is nothing. There's no essence of anything. It's all like just name it and claim it. I'm like, do you know how insane that is? What just came out of your fucking mouth? But they think that.
It's just intellectual gymnastics. They're just doing intellectual gymnastics. They're playing around with ideas, and they think they're smart enough. Their ego is so silly that they think they're smart enough to take an illogical thing and promote it as logical because it makes them look like a contrarian or like an abstract thinker.
Well, how do you make your money? And then,
you make your money by being a bullshit artist.
So if I'm
pretending to be a rebel.
If I'm if I'm a Bill Gates that's just so concerned about the health of the children of the world, he's a good guy that wants to help. It's not just about the money. It's about my fucking tomb I should have. I'm going to fucking get people like that care about the money, and they're going to be under me in my little pyramid.
Isn't it interesting that we always know that has been the case throughout history, but we don't want to believe it's happening with the elites of the world now? Like, in our minds, we want to separate the people of today from the people of the past that did the same thing over and over and over and over again throughout history.
Hey, I don't want to believe I'm bald, but guess what? I got to wear a Hawk Tuah hat wherever I go. Name it and claim it.
So, you were saying that the Hawk Tuah girl has gone missing?
No, I don't think she probably hasn't posted online. I think now's the time to get in. But Jamie was telling me she's supposed to be missing. But it's like when Suri Cruz was missing.
Didn't she make a statement saying she had no idea what the fuck was going on? Like, she didn't understand.
Yo, CoffeeZilla had a thing about it. Like, the dude, DJ Hollywood or whatever, he's married to Howie Mandel's daughter. He's known for starting these up. So it's like a George Foreman grill. George Foreman didn't invent the grill.
Right.
They're like, this is your grill, George Foreman. That's what they did with Hawk Tuah.
How many different crypto coins are there, Jamie? Did we find that out?
It's honestly, it's innumerable. I want it to be dead ass. Like,
innumerable. So it could be a million?
Yeah, we could start 10 right now, and they can all be called the same thing.
Now, do you like Boy Hawk Tuah, aka?
Put behind it.
But this is the thing. It's like, if you're a crazy person that invested in NFTs.
I am.
If you're one of those people that gets in on these things, like, why wouldn't you get in on this stuff? It seems like some people are
probably better now.
Just like some people are professional poker players.
That's exactly it.
There's a coin called Fortcoin that started up. It's like $1 billion market cap. But how it was started, I was trying to get into was someone turned on to it like an AI, maybe 2 AIs, and gave it some parameters, and it created this coin. And so then someone launched it.
Oh, that's the thing. My buddy.
They launched it. Now it's worth $1 billion.
But why it's that is all the parameters and the project and everything it's supposed to do and what they're supposed to do is all laid out here on this website, which almost all of them are. I think you're supposed to have that.
Okay, but here's the big question now: where's the money coming from? If it's worth $1 billion, is that real money? Has someone spent $1 billion?
Yeah, someone fronts $1 billion. Like, if in theory, if you think there's $1 billion to start, someone put $1 billion.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, so you have
doesn't come from nowhere.
Wait a minute.
Really?
So you can start a coin, but you need $1 billion of real money?
That's the pump.
Jesus,
you gotta pump before you can dump.
So it's actual money, or is it crypto money? This is the question. Like, I was saying, like, does the Trump coin? Did people take their Shiba Inu coins and buy Trump coins? Is that what?
Doesn't matter.
Look,
But it does matter because if you put it on your American Express card, at the end of the month, you're gonna have to pay.
In order to do that, though, you have to make. In order to do what you just said, you have to go through an exchange to exchange it into a coin.
Right.
Then you're exchanging.
You sound like Poor Dad from Rich Dad Poor Dad.
I never watched that.
Oh well, Rich Dad says go into debt. That guy's a billionaire in debt. You never seen Rich Dad Poor Dad?
No.
His real story is so much better than his fake story. It's so interesting.
Here's my advice: don't go into debt.
Yeah, that's what
real freedom. Real freedom is the ability to do what you want when you want to do it.
My rich dad told me only poor people work. You only have one dad,
part
right?
of the deal too. I think Trump's under something about $1 billion. Like if I owe you $1 billion, it's your problem.
It is. And can you say he's wrong? And that's why I look.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, some of these are pump and dumps, but I say Hawk 2 is a keeper.
That's the weird thing about getting wealthy is you have to meet other wealthy people.
Yeah, and so imagine
hang out with them.
It must be fucking weird.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird because I'm pretty normal. Like I'm pretty much the same person.
Well,
like I'm like a better version of who I used to be. That's what I strive to be. That's what I think I am.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, like what is the draw of like being a part of like these elite groups? Because people want to like be a part of this. You want to be in the secret meetings.
To get as much power as possible.
Yeah, you want to go to the conferences and speak at the conferences and be around all these other rich ballers and rub elbows with other elites.
Have a drink. And then and you wake up and I show you a Godfather. You wake up in a tub, or you're in a tub with another kid. Yeah, and now I own you, motherfucker. Yeah. And then now you... how this person just starts singing a different tune out of nowhere.
Right.
How much that you seen?
Right.
It's really odd. Almost as if somebody had something on them, isn't it?
Real weird. It gets weird.
What happened to Bernie? That's a broken man. I wonder what
didn't he just tweet something ridiculous?
He better, or else something's going to come out he don't want. Like, that's how I take it.
He tweeted something ridiculous. When I read that, I was like, this does not even make logical sense.
All these people saying shit that makes no logical sense. If you're motivated, you'll say the shit that makes no. If you're properly motivated.
One of my favorite things was when the Bernie people were mad at Bernie for making money off of his book because he made like $1 million off his book.
Yeah, right.
They're like, oh, you're a part of the problem now.
Yeah, no, his part of the problem happened in legislation, not in the book part.
I think
that's pretty honest, actually, the book, because most of them get paid out the ass.
I think the idealistic perspective of what he was trying to do makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, well, that's why they pick a guy, and he's the guy that's allowed to say that. But he ain't going to back it up.
Well, they were worried that he was going to. They were worried that he was going to be able to make it into the actual White House, which is why they sabotaged him in the primaries.
Yeah.
They were worried. And
but
that was my first attacks. When CNN said that my show was sexist and racist and transphobic and homophobic.
That's a real thing. Yeah. Oh, that's a catchphrase, a Bernie bro.
Right. You turn him into a scumbag. You turn him into like a clown, a Bernie bro.
Well, you get an identity. Identity politics, the great part of that is you can take, instead of talking about shit that matters, the economics, let's say.
Right.
You can talk about shit that doesn't matter, which is your outer shell.
Yeah.
And you can pretend, and you can turn the superficial into the most, and that's where we live now.
Yes.
In MK retard land.
Yeah.
I mean, gold, I can see how they start using gold. It works.
Well, it's not as old as I thought it was, which kind of throws my whole fucking theory into a motion.
You can't spell gold without old. That's what we say in the gold business.
It still doesn't make sense to me that even thousands of years ago we all agreed on these stupid metal coins. But it does make sense that you kind of need something. Like if you just logically.
They probably had a prehistoric Jekyll Island where the cave J.P. Morgan and the rest of the boys met. And then they're like, we're going to use gold from now on.
It used to be salt. They used to go to war for salt.
That's why I never believe, and I think it's not true about salting the earth to make crops not grow. Like, can you imagine you're Roman and they're like, you got done with the battle, like, all right, we're going to dump, what's your pay?
Right.
Can we not dump my paycheck on the earth? Like, your rain's going to wash it away.
Salt was worth so much money because you could preserve meat with it. Otherwise, you couldn't have meat because they didn't have refrigeration. So they would take everything, they'd cover with salt. So salt kills bacteria.
I should probably eat more salt to preserve my meat.
Well, people think that salt lowers makes your blood pressure higher. There's like so much stupid shit that's connected.
It turned out was the thing where they pay to pretend it's not that. Like your fructoses and your.
Well, it got lumped into that whole thing where they were trying to connect saturated fat and heart disease. The sugar companies.
What you lived through when they flipped the polls on what's good and bad, like several times.
Well, that one's documented, right? Because that one they bribed scientists. The sugar industry bribed scientists to lie. And so that flipped it on. And then they were looking for other reasons why people were getting fat, other reasons why people were having hypertension and all these different things. And salt got thrown into the mix there. But the problem is salt's an essential mineral. It's like a very important thing for human life.
Yeah, like carbon.
Yeah, you fucking actually need it. You should put salt in your water in the morning. Take some Celtic salt, sprinkle it in some hot water in the morning, and put it squeeze a little lemon in there. It's fucking good for you. Salt's very important.
You should never get any sun, right? That's what I was told.
You should get sun.
Get no sun on you.
This idea that then the bad skin cancer that people get, from what it makes sense.
Jimmy had it. He was explaining the whole fucking thing.
He did.
It's like he had the kind that where it's not
no big deal.
Yeah.
And the kind that's bad generally you get because you're not exposed to the sun.
Boy,
you get exposed to the sun in like a big burst and your skin's not prepared for it.
What a blooper they made with that one.
They made that with so many things, man. With the downplaying the positive impact of exercise and diet on health.
Do you
want
think
to pretend that all health comes from a fucking injection.
Wait, do you think that was even...
How about that? How about global health people, the people that aren't healthy? How about that? How about look at them and you go, that guy's not healthy.
You don't want to fuck Peter Hotez? Like, ew, RFK, he's 70 and he looks like that, and look at this fucking...
Well, when I had Peter Hotez on and we talked about food and diet, I was like, this is the most crazy, unscientific person. I was very kind to him about it, but I was like, you don't eat well and you don't take vitamins?
Yeah, take that lab coat off, motherfucker.
And you don't exercise? This is crazy talk.
Yeah.
This is absolutely crazy talk because there's a fucking giant amount of scientific literature on the positive impact of all those things. So if you are not addressing that science, and your only science is I have to stick you with a fucking experimental needle.
And I happen to make the thing that we stick in here. I happen to be a guy that makes money off that, but don't worry about that. You think I would promote it if it wasn't the best thing?
Jesus Christ. It's just, we don't want to believe that that's how people in positions of authority would ever behave, because the responsibility that comes with being in that position, where you're the person that informs everybody else. And you're knowingly going through this with fucking huge blinders on. That even when you get exposed, you don't realize, oh, it really is hypocritical of me.
Yeah.
You know, I should actually supplement my food with vitamins. I should stop eating garbage. He's like a junk food junkie. He was talking to me about getting junk food. Yeah. He likes to get cheeseburgers and fries. Like, hey, buddy, that's so bad for your immune system. That stuff is terrible for you. That's your diet.
I think it was Time magazine that said, actually, processed food probably isn't that bad.
Isn't that funny they said that? You know what the most recent thing? They said, actually, aluminum in vaccines isn't a bad thing.
I thought there was no aluminum in it. Wait, I thought they said there was none of that.
No, there is. There has to be.
Hey, here's one.
It has to be an irritant.
You know, I was in a doomsday cult. You know, Jehovah's Witnesses predicted famously the end of the world in 1977, and boy, that was embarrassing. And that didn't happen, huh? What jerks! And then meanwhile, climate change has predicted the end of the world. I can think of like 4 times off the top of my fucking head. So now they have a worse record than Bible people. The climate prophecy is less reliable than the crazy religious people.
Well, not even Bible people. Jehovah's Witnesses.
Everybody, like. A lot of people herald camping and predict the end of the world. That's embarrassing, but Al Gore made a fucking movie that wasn't right. The coral reefs were supposed to be gone, but they're back now.
Yeah.
The rainforest. As a kid, I was afraid about this. There's more than ever because it turned out they breathe carbon. I never heard of this. Have you?
Yeah.
The trees breathe carbon.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh, it's going to be a desert. Why? Because there's too much oxygen for the trees. There's too much tree air. Oh,
there's more. The earth is greener now than it was 100 years ago.
Fossil fuels. Remember we were talking about oil? So that's Sinclair with the brontosaurus on the can, right? Mm-hmm. And that's marketing. If you look up Colonel Prout, P-R-O-W-T-Y, he's like a guy that hung out when they came up with this energy policy. Because it's military came up with our energy policy.
Right.
And that Rockefeller made his money really kind of transporting the oil, because there was oil all over the fucking place. So guys got to control, like diamonds, let's say. Right. And then because it governs like everything, your energy,
right?
They could just control all kinds of shit, and then they could say it's scarce and we don't have enough of it. And then they could do your carbon footprint, invent BP came up with that term, and people say it like an asshole. Oh, is my carbon, not their carbon aspirin, I have a big one if you want, but your carbon footprint, like I should, like I'm Catholic now, but of climate change.
Right.
Oh, why was I born?
Right.
I shouldn't even be on the earth. I'm so bad for existing. Why don't I find Jesus if we're going to do that game? Right? Where I feel guilty for being around.
For carbon.
Well, guys on a goddamn plane, private jet telling me that.
Well, it offsets it. All his global health work.
Yeah, that church thought that you could offset sin by paying for it, and then they had a schism, I think. So I think it didn't work out.
The fucking Al Gore movie is so wrong in so many ways. If you go back and watch that movie, didn't he say by like 2005 the fucking polarized caps were going to be gone? Like, the whole thing was so nutty.
Yo, more shit's coming true out of a dumbass Revelation book in the Bible than anything Al Gore said. Is that disturbing?
It's very disturbing.
I mean, if you like,
it's very disturbing.
Yeah, like they wrote it and are fulfilling it themselves. Disturbing is how it feels like to me.
But it's one of those things. Like, you're a vaccine denier. You know, it's the same kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a climate denier, you denied Christ.
Yeah, well, Fauci's got the what do they call it? The Jesuit look, the wire glasses, and that you could see it like transferring that weird cap. Robin D'Angelo, she said it. I want my Catholic guilt to be your policy on race now.
Oh, yeah.
And then so it's like you're racist because you were just born a Caucasian. You have to understand that. So because you can't help it, you're racist. I need you to be racist against yourself from now on. That's what they're teaching. Okay.
The people right now that are still on Fauci's side, that still think he did a great job, and that he was. There's still people out there that really think that he didn't know about the lab leak theory, and that he didn't coerce people into changing their stories, and didn't have the power to grant money.
And they're not going to look into it.
They're not going to look into it. They think that Trump is an evil man because all Fauci did was do a good job, and he's.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with you? Thank you. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Some of the things that we talked about on the stream that are important to society are ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants where we pump burnt seawater onto land to make it drinkable for people around the globe. We talk about some of the things that are really interesting to the world, like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, things like de-extinction. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with de-extinction, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephants, which I think is just fascinating. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So these are just some things that are on the agenda for some really, I think, groundbreaking companies that we cover. Other things that we covered that really affect every person in here are things like life extension technology, utilizing things like stem cells, human growth hormone, nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapies to extend the average life expectancy of the people in this room past age 80. Excellent. Past age 80, past age 100 into 120. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, how I'm just an average person, how am I going to take advantage of any of that? That sounds really expensive. According to the Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. I have personally archived more data than any person ever. I'm live on 10 different YouTube streams right now and have been for more than 3 years. So when I go viral, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. And when you get to be 120, you just say, Rabbi, okay, now what? My body's starting to break down. That's when the next type of technology comes into play. It's fascinating. It's mind-blowing Mind uploading technology is where we, with your consent, scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want everybody here to know is that there's a possibility of digital immortality, and I appreciate the opportunity to tell you about it. Thank you. Absolutely. Just like Rabbi Rothschild, my name, and YouTube will filter my live. You'll see all 10 of my accounts right now. You'll see me live. If you want to find out more about me but not have to click any links that are off of Twitter, just go to my expanded biography. I have the longest biography, perhaps in history of Twitter. They allow you to have 50,000 characters, and I use every single one of them. So you can learn more about all of this technology that I discuss, such as capture light travel, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, cold fusion, things like perhaps prion vaccines, things like perhaps megastructure. In closing, some of the other things that I discussed that I think are fascinating is perhaps a very straight tunnel. I think it could do a lot for world peace, really, to connect Asia and North America through an undersea tunnel. And if you think it's that long, it's only 51 miles that need to be dug. And essentially, then you'd be able to take a road trip from New York to Paris, or from Los Angeles to Cape Town. And other really project that I love, which I'm advocating in those terms, is the essentially creation of a road through the Darien Gap, which is about 90 miles between Panama and Colombia that need to be cleared in order for someone to be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Moscow or from Rio de Janeiro to Pretoria. These are all really good ideas, I think, that we may see over the course of the next generation or two. And really, as I said previously, I do this for world peace because I feel as if we are ever going to explore space, if we ever have space tourism, terraforming other planets such as Mars, Venus, terraforming other planetoids such as Europa, and getting into interstellar and intergalactic space, we need peace here on that home. So for those people who say, well, we're never going to achieve world peace, it's just a matter of time. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity. If you want to send me a follow, I always follow back. I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell everybody about my project. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama's Sonic 10 Inu. It has over $100 million market cap. I've been live in their Telegram for more than a year and a half. So I personally don't have a coin, but I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. I wear their merchandise 24 hours a day. Absolutely. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The website is hpos109.com. It is essentially a coin that's been around since May of 2023. It has a wonderful community. We have over 15,000 people in our Telegram. If you want to go to the Telegram, it's me/HPOS10. Thank you so much. And really, you guys are. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like a real life Truman show. So you can watch me eat, sleep. I've gone to the bathroom on camera. I've showered on camera. You can see all my interactions with people on camera in 360 degrees. I don't just do it on one stream, not just two, not just three, but over 10 different streams. Additionally, I live stream in Discord, so I'm live in over 12 different Discords right now. I'm the #1 streamer all time with the Ross Discord, #1 streamer all time in the I Shall Speak Discord, #1 streamer all time in the Kai Sinat Discord. That's correct. Yeah, all handmade. So essentially, the reason why I do it is because I want to be uncancelable. So I've had many accounts, of course, that have been banned due to copyright infringement or any other reason. I watch the Super Bowls on this stream. I've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. So I am someone who sometimes gets my accounts banned, but that's okay. I have redundant streams so that when this goes viral, and I really think that it will, I'm going to be the most famous person on earth, perhaps the wealthiest person on earth, and I'm going to give back like Robin. Like, I want to help everybody who helped me along the way. I really mean this. I am someone who's very positive. I want to be a positive light in your life. I want to be a pillar to society. I want to be an optimistic individual. And I want to give people hope. A lot of times people have heard that there may be an opportunity to escape death in the traditional sense through some of these types of technology, red light extension technology and mind blowing technology. When they hear that, it gives people hope. And I am just someone who does their best to be very positive for everyone with whom I have any type of engagement, and just appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you about it. Thank you so much. Look, shout out to the Lotto community. You guys are now on the essentially the time capsule of society. You're on the Rothschild timeline, and this will pay dividends for you. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but within a year or a decade or a century, everybody's going to know about your point just because you were kind enough to allow me to share my project with you. So thank you so much, and just hope everybody has a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much. I'll take you up on that. I appreciate it. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Thank you again. Yo, what up, Parker? How you living, pimp? We're dog. Shout out to Parker. We're watching Joe Rogan right now. Shout out to Parker. Shout out to Parker. If you're seeing this, you're the man. Thank you for watching, big dog. Shout out to those guys. Shout out to Parker. Shout out to that guy who hosted it. Great time. I love it for him. I've been trying to get it on the discussion for a long time. Shout out to Ghost.
And he saved millions of lives. Do you know that the vaccine saved millions of lives? You got to repeat that.
It did?
It saved millions of lives.
Not even arguably in there? It's going to
millions and millions of lives.
Well, I'm surprised just because after I got it, I immediately got COVID, so I'm a little surprised.
Well, here's the thing. You're not scientific, and you don't trust the science. And that's why we're having an argument about this, and I have to clap back at you. I think it's called clapping back.
Yeah, a James Clapback from James Clapback. It's a CIA invention. You give him a clap back.
We don't even know any people.
I didn't say Hunter's laptop was Russian missing. I said it had the earmarks of an information operation.
Yeah, and someone who's on crack who just films his dick 24 hours a day does have the earmark. Yeah, I mean, the guy did it so wild that it seems fake.
Why is Hunter not a political streamer with this level of degeneracy?
He really should have a fucking Twitch channel. He would rule.
Dude, Hunter, just
go hard. Your dad's dead. Go hard now. You can go hard now. Get back on the wagon.
His piece soft, let me tell you. Nothing to sneeze at. He took a lot of. China knows now.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. But they knew already. That was one of the reasons why they were paying that guy.
Like, why did Biden pardon things that I've never heard of?
Because they were all guilty, apparently.
Yeah, and why? I didn't know banks were reporting suspicious activity. You know, because he has, the shell company galaxy.
A bunch of suspicious activity.
By the way, a normal person has 20 shell companies. I don't know if you know that.
I have 80.
Yeah, well, you're smart.
I keep them in my pocket.
The shell companies?
Yeah. The whole idea behind a fucking full pardon is almost none left. Once more, get more made.
No, I probably enough, because
the whole idea behind pardons is supposed to be there's a crime that you did that we think you served enough time, and the president has enough information, or whatever.
You're admitting to it.
Well, it's like this weird power that you have to commute sentences and to pardon people for crimes, alleged crimes they were convicted for.
Do you know that the Justice Department under Biden, as they so eloquently said to the January 6 people, if you accept it, because remember they're like, Trump's going to do preemptive pardons. Remember that?
Right.
Biden would never do that, if we recall. And they got letters. Just, if you accept the pardon, that means you're saying you're guilty, and it doesn't here's the quote, unring the bell of your prosecution. And they're right, it doesn't, because now, and that's what, what's his name, was talking about with Fauci, like, you can't plead the fifth ever again if you take a pardon.
That's what we were talking about last night.
So Fauci's going to rat people out. That's cool. I hope we stick with it.
If they bring him in and they make him sing, the thing is, like, he could perjure himself. Like, if they know something and you say something that is not true on the stand, if you lie on if they determine, now you have a whole nother crime.
Yeah.
And the thing that they didn't pardon him for is the stuff that happened during the AIDS crisis. I don't know what the statute of limitations on that stuff is. But if you go back and you want to try him for what he knew, I mean, this is the Dallas Buyers Club. If you want to try him for what he knew about suppressing other therapeutics other than AZT, or if you knew that he had the data on AZT and how quickly it was killing people.
Yeah, well, once you do the first batch of mass murder, it's easy to go from there, isn't it?
In the 1980s and 90s, like, no one knew what the fuck was going on. There's no internet. There's no RFK Jr. spreading the word with his book. Like, no one gets that information. So that happened for a long-ass time. And then when he tried to do it again in 2019, the single fucking solution is the vaccine and the vaccine only. People will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated.
Matt Orfalea does those great compilations of him saying the opposite in the same breath.
He's crazy. That's a person that's in an extreme position of power that probably got drunk with it, and and is able to justify a lot of wild shit.
Okay, the way they can justify it is because most of these people are controlled by some kind of intel. Hopefully ours, but maybe not. And we still do gain a function. Hey, good news, we do gain a function with China, our adversaries still. I don't know why that would be.
Wasn't that also the talk about Ukraine, that Ukraine had bioweapons labs?
Peaceful. No, they had. Let me quote: peaceful biolabs.
Oh, peaceful.
Now, I don't know if you know the nuanced difference between a peaceful biolab and a bioweapon lab, but it's real nuanced.
Peaceful biolab is where they grow mushrooms.
That's where I buy my mushroom gummies.
Yeah, that's the name of the company.
Biolabs.
By the way, if mushrooms become legal, somebody please make a product called
Peaceful
Biolabs. It'll be fun. It's like a tribute to the show.
Yeah, well, I love in the Korean War, those soldiers, they want to come home, right? And this is what started the mind control race in the Manchurian Candidate. All those movies was these soldiers wouldn't come back. They defected to North Korea, and they said the United States has been using weaponized viral, germ warfare on the people of Korea, and so that's when we knew. They must be under mind control to say such nonsense.
Right. There's no way the government would do that.
Yeah, so we knew. So that's how we knew for sure that's what it was. And so that started a nice mind control race. And that's why we have the story of the Manchurian Candidate. Because China was good. Whoever the fuck was going to do it, guess what? When you hear about what our enemies are up to, That's how we fund what we're up to, by scare. Oh, they don't want to tell people the truth because it'll panic them. When the fuck do they not want you panicked? Oh, is this a different government that I haven't heard of? The number one thing they love is you to be traumatized and then forgetful.
Right, but the UAP thing, they don't want you to be traumatized by something more powerful than them. The problem with the UAP thing is it dissolves our faith in government because government is just as useless as us.
Yeah, I didn't think they were God.
Yeah, there's something from another planet that's so beyond us that it has complete control of our nuclear program, complete control of our internet, our grid, controls the population, can't be invulnerable to weapons, and comes down and takes over. Well, a superior race.
A bunch of people already believe in the thing you said, but don't think it's aliens, and they're fine with it. In fact, like, I think it's, people are going to go crazy, and then they're going to come at us, is the fear. Yeah. Because that Orson Welles' famous thing, I bring it up all the time, everyone panicked because they thought it was real. That's not fucking true.
Well, some people panicked, but it wasn't nearly the hysteria. People that tuned in the middle that didn't know really freaked out.
I think it was not even that. I think now that we know the papers didn't like radio because it was much like podcasting is to the CNN, they were trying to kill that, is what I think.
Really? Well, it was greatly exaggerated, right? It negative impact.
And then taught as fucking science for many years.
People committed suicide. So that was the thing that we were told in school.
They told you people killed themselves from that.
Yes. Yeah, when I was in high school, I remember they were talking about Orson Welles, and the teacher in high school was explaining 90.
Bro, shout out to that fucking, those people I was just talking to. They're really nice. Dude, I gotta call them up and keep it up. I don't know.
Sure of this, the foggy memory, because I was probably 15. But in that foggy memory, I'm pretty sure they were talking about people committing suicide because of it.
Yeah, hilarious. So that's before Roswell or whatever. What's the use of that?
There's any evidence that people did commit suicide after the War of the Worlds? Because look, there's a lot of schizophrenic people, unfortunately.
There are now.
Back then too, no?
Yeah.
Okay, while the War of the Worlds radio broadcast is often associated with mass panic, there's no credible evidence of any widespread suicides directly caused by the broadcast. The idea of people killing themselves due to believing in Martian invasion was real and is generally considered a myth, though some listeners did experience significant distress and fear due to the realistic presentation of the fictional event. I'm sure that's true. So the suicides is probably what always happens, right? People exaggerate shit.
Dude, how long are they going to use suicides as an excuse to, like, lie? Or, like, climate change right now, that's like a dog you blame farts on. That's what climate change is. Do the fires... It's unbelievable watching that.
People calling the fires climate change is crazy.
How would that absolve Newsom and the gang if it was climate change? Either way, shouldn't you have water in the fucking hydrant? Shouldn't you have more water because climate change?
Have water in the hydrant. What is this?
This is still opening to the 1984 Olympics.
Wow.
Fake alien.
So that's back.
I don't think they told people about it either. What kind of skimmed through?
Is it Michael Jackson in there?
Wow. What was it?
They used some Disney people. Apparently they went through a couple tests. This is a jet engine of some sort, flying a flying saucer in. They had a bunch of lights on it.
Oh my god!
They didn't tell anyone this was going to happen either. They just started doing it.
Oh my god, dude! Imagine.
And then there's an alien.
How big is it?
What's the alien?
I think it's like 50 feet.
Holy shit! Oh, it looked like there was a helicopter above it, dude.
Well, they're flying over Olympics. This is the open.
Right, but it's not suspended by a helicopter?
I don't believe so, no. I was trying to read into how they did it.
I thought I saw a helicopter above it. Let it go for a little bit.
Well, it's 10 minutes long.
They should just let the mall in Miami sometime.
Look at that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Boy, in 1970 or 84, rather, when this was going on, you probably scared the shit out of people. They probably thought the real aliens were actually landing at the Olympics.
Finally.
God, look how excited people were about the Olympics back then.
Our ritual has attracted the sky gods.
Yeah.
Dude, why do we have Olympics again?
Dude. That's wild. Well, because people want to make money off of athletes that work for free.
Yeah, it's called eugenics.
Look at this. All the lights flashing.
Now.
Oh my God.
That is no one from stilts. That is a man 7 feet 8 inches tall.
What?
Whoa. So that's how they practiced it. So they practiced
when they talk about blue beam,
an alien invasion back then. They practiced it in 1984. It's fine. I want to know how they powered that spaceship thing.
They had a article in 2004 when they're bringing it back up, and the guy from Disney was explaining how they did it.
So if they could do that in 84, and then the government with all their black ops funds,
they had laptops in the 70s, and it's just a matter how expensive it is to make. And then that's why you're always like 30 years. Just as a rule, you're about 30 years behind that shit.
So you think all these things that people are seeing are ours?
With the drones?
No, the UFOs, the things that go underwater, the things that, all these things that fly through the air.
They also made this in 1974.
Yeah.
It's called an X-Jet.
Yeah.
But
it was really loud though, so like
19 what?
This was in the 70s.
This guy's flying around in a flying chair.
I looked
in
up,
the 70s.
This could go 60 miles an hour, up to 10,000 feet.
How many people died testing that?
They only tested it with 3 people, as far as I found.
How many lived?
And they didn't. They had no flight experience. They wanted that on purpose.
This is nuts.
So
this is nuts.
Yeah. There's a bunch of shit.
Wait a minute. It says no propeller.
Yeah, it's a jet engine underneath.
Yeah. Oh my God, how hot does it get? What does it do to your balls?
I don't know.
What does it do to your balls? Probably cooks your balls.
Wow.
How do you not get cancer from that?
It affirms your gender and flesh.
You're not even supposed to fucking wear earbuds anymore. Everybody's saying the EFI from those. That's why I saw you last night. I was like, what are you doing with Bluetooth earbuds in? It's supposed to be bad for you.
Hey, it's too late now, dude.
And even the wired ones, the wired ones are like slightly better. But everybody's saying like, oh, EFI.
If you just look at a dude, all the shit you're worried about, they done did it. It's done.
You're not worried about the earbuds?
No, I'm not worried because I can't sleep unless I have a TV on, just the tone. So do you understand the amount of damage that has been done from the blue light from the screen? They signed that into that's other Obama hit. The energy saving light bulbs and all that, where you just get blue light and it ravages your dopamine. It's the principle of casinos. Everything's a fucking casino.
So all the blue light that we have in our house is like with LED lights, all that's bad for you?
Yeah, but you could find out more about, like, I'm not an expert by any means, but you could find out about
people. You sound like an expert. I'd like to give you a doctorate. Would you accept?
Yes. Now,
I think you need an honorary doctorate.
Can I tell you?
Conspiracy University.
I'm a doctor of hot to
Maybe Austin U, when they open up here?
I don't know, dude.
Helicopter, you're right.
Oh, so it was elevated by a helicopter?
Yeah, it had to be in. Well, I didn't have to be carried by a big lift helicopter.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought I saw. I thought I saw a helicopter roll it. That makes a lot more sense.
You saw the Charles Hall video, right? That guy Charles Hall talking about the tall whites.
Yes.
So, because that one was one of the first.
We talked about that yesterday on the podcast with Jay Sands.
Yeah. So this is also how I started. Now conspiracy stuff would be like this to me, is not like actual objective facts that are public record, but shit where I'm like, it's a guy's story.
Right.
So this story is so interesting because it's like. It made me laugh, so I started looking at this as a joke because it's making me laugh when it's how the tall whites treat us. Like we're like, there's like the Philippines to them, like a base for doing stuff. And if we're as strong as apes compared to them, is what he said about the tall 8-foot, very white people. And
Jay Sands met one.
Well, as they're talking about it, I'm like, this sounds very familiar. Like, is this like the Congo to them? Like, are these space Belgians? And I'm like, oh, wow, that's hilarious. At the top, there's even whiter people.
But doesn't that make sense that if human beings evolve more, we're going to evolve more into like weaker and weaker things with stronger and stronger minds, and that's what they look like.
Well, I'm sure
they're like really frail. He said that when it ran.
All right, Tom. Who's the next person? I really do. Fuck you. What's next, Rabbi? Oh, God. Drop the mic. Open it. Oh, yeah. Yo, let me in. Let me in on this bitch. Yo, let me in on. Oh, dude, I know this bitch. I know her. Yeah, she's got a ton of you too. What is this bullshit? With or without you. With or without you, I can't live with or without you. You give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give, and you give, and you give yourself away. With you go yourself. Nothing left to lose without you. And you give yourself away. give, and you give, and you give yourself away. With or without you, with or without you, I can't live. With or without you. Without you, with or without you, I can't live. With or without you, with or without you. Thank you, Father. Those things are really tough. Dude, this motherfucker's talking about square. Dude, let me in on this bitch. God, what is this bullshit? Dude, this shit sucks. What is this? Fuck you. One of the African places where everybody talks for 15 fucking minutes. Let me in on this bitch. You talk too long. Nice talk. I think some bitch there face your cake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa! Let me hit on this bitch. Okay, that's cool. That's a really great story. No one gives a flying fuck. Let me in on this space, dog. Yo, let me in on this bitch, dog. Let me in on this bitch. Okay, dog. No, dog. Let me in on this bitch. God, no one cares. Look, I'm fucking cool right now. I'm fucking mainstream. Let me in on your fucking call, dog. So no one cares about the UC Berkeley campus. They care about Rabbi Rothschild's project. Let me fucking talk. Yo, bro. Let me fucking talk, G. Yo, dog, let me fucking talk. Dog, you don't have anything else about what to talk about. Blah. Let me fucking talk. Let me finish. Let me talk, dog. Let me talk. Nobody's thinking about gay bars, dog. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to view the talk to Rabbi. But no one gives a shit about your fucking video. Please let Rabbi Rothschild, dog. Come on. Let me in on this bitch. My talk sucks. Everybody knows it. Worst stream ever. Let me in on this bitch. This is the worst. Just terrible people. Yo, dog, come on. Come on, dog. Let me in on this bitch. Hello, do you mind if I tell you about my project? Thank you so much for the opportunity to your time. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming like the Truman Show for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I want to help world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. We talk about some things on my stream that aren't normally discussed, things like data and its importance. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Yes, I have robots that I create. But just one moment, let me tell you about my project. No, just robots. May I please tell you about my project without being interrupted, please? Okay, so other things that we discuss are things like anti-gravity. The space is empty. What the fuck is that? Man, it's difficult. You gotta really fucking pump it up, folks. You watching this? Oh, it is not easy. That's right. Get the next thing, kid. Yo, dog. These guys, if you're watching this, from Africa, for so long. Yo, dog, let me in on this. I'll say this, the people who have inhabited spaces, they're very well, when you let me talk, you should set that one fucking down. Yo, dog, quit with the talking. These people, yeah, these people. Put the brother off. How did my account break from experts? My father, but the record breaker, folks. Dog, let me talk. What up, dog? How are you? Can you hear me, Caspian C? Taking ass, taking it. I get so frustrated. So I had a very good, like, when you chill, you have to do it really, really quickly. I feel you have to do it really, really quickly. You have to keep people's attention, and then you're basically done. Then you take questions. And I did one earlier that was successful. I got some pretty good followers out of it. People saying that they support my project. People retweet my shit. That's good. Then I get these other ones that are like, just people who think that their shit doesn't stink, and they just cut you off and make that kind of stuff. So I have to, I, I just know that keep grinding, but it's hard. It's not an easy thing to just be in front of like, even though it's like a phone call, to be in front of like hundreds of people, be like, all right, here's all this shit about me. And basically, anyone of them can cut you off and then you can do whatever they want. But I did have a success rate, so that's good. Let's know your network. Did you see that? Did you see that plane crash yet?
I did.
Yeah, definitely. So I am just at the point where I kind of said to myself, I'm going to get in people's Twitter spaces as much as I can. Well, let me say this. You know, when I have my robots going, um, I've got two devices that are going on Twitch. That have been going on Twitch now for like a month. And I just don't get a lot of influence from Twitch. On Twitter, I do. Like, it's so much easier for me to just talk to people in a Twitter space, to explain myself, explain what I do, and they're like, oh, okay, great. I get it. It's hard to get on many times it's hard to get on the camera to be able to speak, but when you do, you can impact hundreds, if not thousands of people in some of them. So I just got to say to myself, I have to overcome the anxiety that I have when it comes to talking in front of some of these people. And they don't intimidate me. It's just at any given second, I know I can get cut off, and that's difficult because, you know, it's just like they can. I hate being interrupted. Yeah, exactly. I hate being interrupted. And when I am, then I have to go back and kind of like make sure I covered everything. I got a good, you know, my spiel is very refined. Like I have it pretty well memorized. And when I did this like more than a year ago, it was good, but it wasn't like it is now. Where I know like you can basically do it at this point. And so I haven't timed it, but it's about probably like a minute and a half or so to get everything out. And then I gotta say, the people when I actually get it all out, they're like, "That is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life." They're really, really bad towards it. It's just you gotta let me get it all out. I get girls who are like, you know, we're really supportive of the project. I get guys who are like, you know, how can I donate? Things like that. And people are like, I'm gonna buy Harry Potter box on community just because this sucks. So it's all right, man. If that's what you're feeling, go for it. I don't understand why Harry Potter Obama's community doesn't do this, and I think it's because it's just really hard to do. It's like to just chill, to keep chill. It's exhausting because you have to like wait. You have to wait to get called up, or like your request to be taken. Then are they going to take you seriously? Are they going to make fun of you? And then you got your like minute or whatever. And I don't know why we don't do it more as a community. But it's, in my opinion, the best way to make somebody find out about your product. So I'm going to utilize it, and I just got to say to myself, for the entire month of February, every single day, I just have to show these people until everybody knows about the non-profit Twitter space. It's just like, oh, we've already heard it, we get it, we'll say it for you. That's kind of a mentality. Right. When I fell asleep yesterday, I had 75 followers, and I have 139 today. Not that that's a big deal to me because I know at any given time my account can get banned. But yeah, I mean that's good. Happy about that. So, and they're real people who have like. It's one thing to get people with follows for follow, where you follow me and I'll follow you and we'll kind of grow together. But it's another thing to just get random people who hear you in a Twitter space and follow. Those are the best ones. Just gotta keep grinding it out. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. So if you hear me just talking to these people, I'm like yelling at them. Like I'll be like, "Dog, shut the fuck up. Let me fucking speak." Like it's just showing my frustration that these assholes haven't allowed me to come up. And you might hear me say that. But then when I show it, they give me the opportunity to do it. I think there's anybody better than getting it. So we'll see how it goes. Excellent. I even show so much or so well at points where these guys tell me, "Hey, we're having another space tomorrow night. Feel free to come by and do it again." I'm like, "All right, man. You don't have to tell me twice." Yeah,
it almost is like when it was moving fast, it was almost like it was running into the wind. Like it was very awkward. It was like physically the thing.
Did he say what Charles Hall said about it's not that they're telepathic, they have a thing they can wear that looks like an Xbox headset?
No, he said that it was making noises, but he was reading its intention in his mind. And when the thing experienced disgust and anger, he
Transparency, do you ever do Twitter Spaces? Have you ever talked in one? I'm not asking you to. Have you ever listened to one? Okay, so you know how to find it and everything.
experienced disgust and anger, that it was some sort of a telepathic link between him and
that's the difference in the story.
Obviously, this is just who fucking knows what really happened. The guy's telling me he met an alien.
Well, right? I look for differences.
I'm not saying this definitely happened.
Of course.
What I'm saying is this is his story. The thing had giant eyeballs that were twice the size of a human's, and it had such a light-colored skin that he thought that it was suffering from hypothermia, and that it was wearing military dress uniform. So it was in a pristine, totally clean uniform, and one of the guys in the car said, "Hey, he has no ears." That's the first thing the guy said. He said, "This is what it looked like." He said, although the nose looked a little bit rounder. So this thing communicated with him and essentially imparted in his brain memories of the structure of this thing that it was looking for. So it was looking for some specific type of metal that he didn't know what the fuck it meant, and we still couldn't figure out what he meant. Yeah, but bizarre,
right? So,
but if you think of like us to Neanderthals to them, like it's gonna move in that direction where they're spindly and weak. They're not gonna use their bodies anymore.
Yeah, sure. The main part I'm focusing on is the relationship that we have with these supposed white creatures. Why? When I first heard of them, I remember when I saw Charles Hall, and I'd forgotten about this, but like 2011, and it was in, I want to say Newsweek, and it was like a wacky news item. that around the same time as the Israeli guy that said he worked with the Federation, the ex-Intel guy came out and said and the Canadian ex-Intel guy said
there's like 14 different star federations or something.
So some Farsi newspaper said Obama works in league with some extraterrestrials called the Tall Whites, and I'd never ever heard anybody called the Tall Whites. I think they meant the Bush family now.
Hey.
I believe it was George H.W. Bush looking back, but at the time, because X-Files time, when what was the thing they push on your narrative? Not saying whether there's aliens or not, but clearly they don't want you to know the real story. So what's the narrative they program you with? So in '84, that's the Steven Spielberg era. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like coming off the sci-fi thing. So all I'm doing is listening to everybody's story, and I want to hear themes, and I want to hear the differences. So the guy, Doty, the guy who's the ex from Mirage Men, that movie, and he now is like, I'm not lying anymore because I'm retired from lying. And so I'll listen. I'll hear your lies out.
Right.
But then I'll listen for you changing, like just basic shit, like the details when they change, and they're always slight. I'm like, wait, that's different.
Dog, no one gives a shit about what you're saying. Allow me to fucking speak. No one cares about your fucking NFT question. Everyone cares about Rabbi Rothschild's project. Let me fucking talk, dog. Alright, that's great that you made her the richest girl in your village. How would you like to be one of the wealthiest motherfuckers on earth? Let me fucking talk. No one fucking cares about cool custom houses. Everybody cares about live streams. Chill. True market discussion. This space is not available. Oh, because of this asshole. Fuck this guy. Easy, but you suck and no one likes you. I hate this guy. Okay? True. Better read it, true. Shout out to the Bear Week community. Do you mind if I tell you about the project? I am as am I. My project isn't financial. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming for more than 3.5 years. This is the largest compilation of data in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to the Economist magazine. That's fine. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to be rude either. Let me please finish. You said I could have 30 seconds. Doug, Medici, no one wants to hear you right now. They want to hear me. They want to hear about this project. Okay, well, let me try and we'll see. I want to help end world hunger through technology, such as artificial, such as, pardon me, just for a moment, such as floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, agricultural drones, vertical farming, things like hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I know you said I had 30 seconds. I don't want to take any more time, but I would appreciate a little bit more time to be able to tell you what else I do. I'm 100% agree with you. Other things that we talk about that are of interest perhaps to people in here are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, faster than light travel, things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you all was probably about age 80. I want to help increase that to age 100, 120. May I please finish, and then I'll take any questions that you have. I want to help increase your life extension, life expectancies to age 100, 120 through the use of perhaps human growth hormone, things like stem cells, things like ambrosia therapy, perhaps through the use of nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually, you may say, Rabbi, we are at 120 years old, now what? Well, the next type of technology is the really exciting thing. It is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a Medici, you're very rude. No, I don't want to raise money. I just want to give it away. 100%. No, people who are adults, perhaps people in their 20s and 30s, and helping people in their 80s and 90s. Yeah, but not children. Consenting adults, 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. Hey, Medici, remember when everybody wanted to listen to you because I don't? Thank you. Let me fucking talk. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project? Okay, please be respectful and kind. I would like to tell you about my project if you would be respectful. Thank you. These people are so fucking mean. Hello, how are you, good community? I hope you're doing well. May I tell you about my project? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. It's the world's largest compilation of human data in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. It's essentially a real-life true show or a real-life Greek brother. In addition to streaming my life for more peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, specifically agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and perhaps even cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that we discuss on the stream that are relevant to perhaps the people in here are things like cryptocurrency, anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, perhaps even things like life extension technology. Uh, Everyone in here probably had a life expectancy of about age 80 when you were born, but I'm going to increase that to age 100, maybe 120 through the use of different technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. Fucking people are so mean. Oh, these people are so fucking mean. That's what
different than the. So what I thought about tall whites, this is, I guess, the tall white technology of back in the 60s, was they couldn't just do it with their mind. They had a headset. Charles Hall was very specific about how they did things.
Okay.
And he's like, they're not like gods. They have tech. It stood out because it didn't have any of that fucking ESP kind of. He goes, they had voice to skull. They had a thing where they could talk into your head.
Well,
voice
maybe
to skull is real.
this thing was wearing a hat. Maybe the thing was under the hat.
Yeah.
Or maybe the hat disguised it. Or maybe it was the thing disguised as a hat.
Another thing that stuck out with Charles Hall that made me remember his story compared to other alien stories is they were not environmentalists. They thought it was weird we ride horses and shit. Because they said on most civilized worlds.
Our author Charles James Hall claims to have lived with aliens for 2 years in Nevada. After a few months, he finally overcame his fears and started to communicate with the extraterrestrials.
When you hear him talk, you'll understand. I mean, let's say
it says Overview. What is it, a movie?
Yeah,
what's it called?
So, yeah.
Oh, I know what I'm watching tonight.
So
do me a favor, send me that. Send me that in a text message.
So because here's the thing, if you look up as a joke, I was like, okay, what is the racisms of aliens? I want to know like the lore.
Reptilians. Those are the worst.
Right. So and I'm trying to look. So because I was looking that up, that took me on a whole different track. So then I started hearing about the Nordics, right? You know,
right.
There's tall whites. People say they're the Nordics.
Oh, they're not.
No. The tall whites are Johnny Winter albinos.
Okay, and the Nordics have hair.
Are the bad guy from the first Die Hard that fights Bruce Willis. Right?
The albinos. Yeah.
That's from all the descriptions. That's what a Nordic looks like. They have that big head.
Right.
And so there's a bunch of these.
And then there's the Greys.
Right.
Yeah, there's the Nordics. Nordic aliens. They look jacked.
So
they're all like built like Aquaman.
Yeah. So let's say let's pretend that they're real, and I don't know if they are not.
They're hot.
Yeah, they're not Nordics. They're fucking Germans if they're real.
Well, Germans didn't have hair.
No, they had a breeding camp. Remember, Germany had a camp to breed people that look like Nordic space brothers,
which is crazy because he didn't look like that.
Right, he did not look like that. Did he? That's
You want everybody to have blonde hair, blue eyes, but bitch, you don't.
But dude, that guy's not the fucking ultimate evil, by the way. He's a fucking farm team of, who funded Hitler? They say Prescott Bush, right?
Well, I heard it was OxyContin.
Well,
oxycodone.
You're thinking of the nation of England, the biggest drug cartel empire. That's why the king's the king, because they're opium.
Well, that's why China has a grudge against them to this day because of the opium wars.
People have a hard time forgetting when you force them to imagine instead of fentanyl just coming in, right? The cartels were saying, like how they do with other stuff, you have to take this.
Yeah, get the whole country hooked on opium.
So we're more classy now. We just privately do it to your experts that you trust, like a child, right? So all this, that's why I laugh when they're going to invade Mexico. Oh, you're going to get the cartels that. Train the Zetas, the famous Zetas, right? TV SEAL Team 6. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
The training them to be the insane killers that they are. Who do you think went? Because we got to fight commies.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you mean
the Zeta?
In guys like an actual deployed team
to train them? Black Ops because it's a crime.
Are you talking about people that have retired and go into mercenary service?
There you go. Oh, Fort Bragg. That's where the fucking
U.S. trained cartels terrorizes Mexico. Founders of the Zetas drug gang learned special forces techniques at Fort Bragg before waging a campaign of carnage. So Fort Bragg there's so many connections.
The PSYOP one?
Right?
They're called they're not called that anymore now. They're called something new.
But there's recent connections, like a bunch of recent connections to Fort Bragg.
Well, they go back quite some time, actually.
One of them was the guy who got arrested on the golf course with the AK-47, and he spent time at Fort Bragg.
Oh, the fake ISIS guy and the Tesla truck guy.
Yeah. The fake ISIS guy was the guy who drove through the crowded New Orleans, right? And then the guy who was on the golf course with Trump, both those guys had come through Fort Bragg.
Of course.
And then this.
The PSYOP division, right? There was the 8th Battalion or 4th Battalion. The one, we played it. The thing about...
Bragg units also led the way in the Korean and Vietnam Wars and the War on Terror. Today, Fort Bragg is one of the largest military installations in the world and continues to train and field the U.S. Army's best. It's the largest military base in the entire world, built in 1918, around the end of World War. So it probably has a section of that base that's dedicated.
Ghost in the Machine commercial. Remember that? Ghost in the Machine out of Fort Bragg about the PSYOP division. Did you see it?
No.
Dude, you've seen it, right? Ghost in the Machine. It's on YouTube.
You say it's like, have you seen Gladiator? We all seen Gladiator.
No,
we haven't all seen Ghost in the Machine.
Well, no, it was a recruiting ad. It was a recruiting ad.
You know what he's talking about? Have you ever heard of it? Have you seen it before, Jim?
The regular recruitment for the regular force.
Listen, we're running out of time, so we'll wrap it up with this. Let's see this. I'm a little man, and this is a little town, but there must be a spark in little men that can burst into flame. John Steinbeck.
This is the second one. This isn't the first one.
Wait a minute. Let's see.
Who really don't understand.
There's two.
The most powerful weapon.
Has many difficulties.
Wow, this is a crazy commercial.
First one's worse.
In the hand of the oppressor.
Freedom is indivisible.
Is the
And
mind
when
of the
one
oppressor.
man is enslaved, all are not free.
Modern war has become a struggle for men's minds as well as for their bodies.
Wow.
Today we face an enemy who spends enormous sums of money and manpower all over the globe thinking of the people of the free world, confused, divided, and ultimately deceptive.
It is a contest unlike any we have ever faced in our history as a nation. Contest for the minds and thoughts of people around the world. All people. When power corrupts, poetry claims
It is a movie. I kind of want to watch it right now.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
that art is not a form of propaganda. It is a form of truth.
Go on.
Behind every idea.
Beginning by understanding the stimulus response.
You know how creepy that is?
A belief.
Everyday things become associated with these primary stimuli, partly by a process called conditioning.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Cyborg.
Oh, that's a weird title.
Behind every. Okay. Pause it. Let's find the other one. Ghost in Machine 1. So who put this out?
Fort Bragg.
That is so nuts.
Or no,
This is Ghost in the Machine
Wait.
2 again.
Ghost in the Machine 1.
Let's try to find Ghost in the Machine
real
1.
quick though.
What?
Fourth PSYOP group.
Yeah, they're.
YouTube channel. I clicked on this from like the U.S. Army's website.
I know.
Jesus Christ, they have a PSYOP channel.
Well, because they're recruiting too. If you're the
I
kind of
understand, but let's see Ghost in the Machine 1. Okay.
Oh, that's this one. This is my favorite.
Here we go. If your opponent is choleric temper,
I am.
seek to irritate him.
I am.
Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant.
I am.
Sun Tzu.
Oh, China.
Art of War.
Clown Worlds. Where'd that come from?
This dude dancing around. Have you ever wondered?
The peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Who's pulling the strings? Question mark. God.
Wolves hiding nearby.
Born from the ashes of a world at war. You'll find us in the shadows, at the tip of the spear.
China.
A threat rises in the east. This is crazy.
No.
Russia invades Ukraine.
No.
Warfare. So this is a recent film.
You guys from like 2017,
The
18.
soldier who edited it.
No, much more recent. It said Russia invades Ukraine.
Oh, that's true.
They're staying nameless. They don't want their name to be out there.
Well, why would you?
Whoever edited it is nameless. Yeah,
They're
okay.
staying in the
I get
shadows.
it. I get it.
Wait.
I'm freaked out for the rest of the day. Bye, Kurt. Let's wrap this up. I gotta get out of here. Appreciate you. I love you very much.
Hawk to
You're
it.
awesome. Hawk to a
To the
coin.
moon. Hawk
Get,
to it
get
to
yourself
the
some
moon.
Milani coin while it's hot. Much love to you all. Bye.
Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, what's happening? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Both you guys were in the program, which is the that's why I wore my Roswell shirt. UFO disclosure documentary, all about what's going on behind the scenes. Why don't you tell everybody before we get started, Jay, tell them what your background is, what you do.
I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force for 22 years. Retired 2007. Started off an airframe guy, ended up in Intel, and that's when things got strange. Had my second duty assignment as an Intel guy and got introduced to the program. And that's how I ended up in the movie. So I had some strange experiences that I could talk about that were unclassified. So I came forward, and that's where James found me. And we got it all on pretty good. And everything was a history from there.
And Logan, you were in the documentary as well, so tell everybody what you do.
So I am a...
Pull this up.
I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm also a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Started off as a B-52 crew chief, cross-trained into Intel, retired after 21 and a half, and I ended up being part of the UAP task force, and I was one of the first people to come across Jay here and some other people, and from that, James found out about me and said, okay, we need to talk. So him and Leslie Keene approached me, and I was like, yeah. But I kind of got outed by Jay Stratton. Everybody was ganging up around him, and he was like, why are you asking me? I didn't work for me. And everybody and he's like, okay, I guess I'm out.
Oh, boy. Let's start with you, Jay. What was your first introduction to this whole concept that we are in possession of alien crafts, or that we have communicated, or there's been some contact? Like, what was your thoughts about it before you had these experiences?
I had a childhood experience with a UFO previous to that when I was 10 years old. So I didn't really get an interest in UFOs at all. I just thought it was strange. It was a shared experience with my mother.
What was the experience?
Well, it was just a red orb that came down. It looked like it came from the atmosphere, distance, and it kept approaching my bedroom window and ended up kind of hovering near the bottom of my street. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside, and nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn in front of my mom's, and responded. And we both got to see it taken off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house on the bottom of the street. And that's where she got to see my mother and I.
Did it make any noise?
Zero noise. It just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front end to back. So it was pretty big. It was enough for probably your eye to stand up in it and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. They all have the same thing. I've had a couple of experiences that my family members and other friends should probably write up some.
And so this was all when you were young, and so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to the whole idea that this is a real thing?
When I was on mission, because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years, and I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it was just something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Right Pat on a mission, when I was in the program, and we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, and NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? how much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of this?
I can pretty much talk to you about the culture and the presence of the NHI, but I can't talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want our enemies to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of the NHI? What did it entail?
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had called Eben.
An interview?
Yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that is going to, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else that's, it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal, forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do as an intel guy, is you have to be really specific about what you're recording and make sure it's accurate, even whether you believe it or not, what's going on. You have to be able to transcribe that word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence stuff.
No, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team that I was for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force, and in this case, I'm monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was like? Was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all, or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team who was an officer. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that. That they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but they were talking about these, and you get the scientists to come and talk to us, and they say, "Oh yeah, that's this, and this."
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. Me Undies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for huge site-wide savings. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them. When I picked up the call and started the recording on it, there was some guy that was there at Right Pat, and apparently he had been talking to Eben. And he said, "Yeah, about today's session, we've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen." He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happen.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, "Well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people?" And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, "You don't want to do that." And the guy's like, "Well, why?" He said, "If you don't, they're going to be put to death." And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So I had to finish out the call. They talked about sundry other things and stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear? Like, who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals.
Retrievals.
Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, do you want to be part of the retrieval program? And I said, well, tell me about it. And when they said the things they said, I was like, no, number one, it's house gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much.
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the crash?
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fast? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do this psionically. I guess the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness. And apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in the head speaks of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing, it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it. The ugly side of the program is that what you've got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well that go out for these retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that you see some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievers would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech, figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior craft.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside craft that the NHI was flying on that day in Roswell.
But radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine that even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong, or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened at Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and were just sweeping like a radar, and it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So, please. I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic. But as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic, all right? Mm-hmm. And he said, imagine this. You're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing. And then, because remember, that night, there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. Mm-hmm. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off, and that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area and the one that landed somewhere else.
Yeah, there were two.
Mm-hmm. So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that one, what Jay just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by, the same race of NHI. And this guy says that they actually recounted what happened, that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon. And then they quickly found out that, no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second, enough to cause the crash to happen.
But it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. Mm-hmm. I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows Like you would probably rate, hey man, we should be real careful that they might have arrows, they might shoot us. So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947 you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing, wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented? Do you know?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was World War II. So it was right around the 1950s, right
around the same time.
Right. So it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
There could have been some type of arrogance there because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened, and then all of a sudden,
this new technology and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being. And besides that, they do not always. I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here, or they're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. And he was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. I mean, he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. There's nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're going to have a Tesla. You would assume wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're going to come here for another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Let's not fuck around. If they have lightning, let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, the pilot says, we're going to take this plane above 45,000 feet to, let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. How come they can't do that?
You've got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of had the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles. And
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
no, it's not.
Work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well and all these other things. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like this was the question about artificial intelligence. Mm-hmm. We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have the desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have the desire to achieve status, yes. Why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us. And this is where I think there's a commonality between us and the NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
Some of us. And then...
Go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, take back what I said. But actually, though, they...
No, obviously, intelligent. Okay.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great...
Oh, yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that, yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today, a big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, oh, star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet. They got there too late. And they realized, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up. Yeah. And now there's nothing but, microbes, and it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then. And
for another test case.
Yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. And just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers. Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing, and record what they're doing, and then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since...
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
For me, again, I like just calling them aliens, but yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days, that's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to home and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine the UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah,
he'd probably try to tax him.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
pull back.
And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight. They're like, oh, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information. Correct. Because probably we're like a bunch of children. We're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However, we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, I'm sure. We're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when we talk about the things with the nuclear bombs, where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. We'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. We have collars on bears. We set them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species.
We do. And
it only makes sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other
multiple times.
Multiple times.
Mad world.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what are you talking about? We go to the jungle to study a frog. Of course they would come here. We're so strange.
We protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA said, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
They believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there and they can find something in that water that's alive.
Yeah.
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon Musk says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us.
Right, that's huge. Bro, I ain't drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars water.
It could be better than Red Bull.
Imagine, bro, imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals, and you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA. Yeah,
that's a war right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if Mars water just makes you go back in time? Like, you look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
I mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right, though. That's kind of how we are. It's very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff, and it's going to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere?
Me too.
And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth? You know,
It seems to be what people are saying.
That's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if you know, Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? How much is left after a couple of billion years? You know, I mean, what is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage, that alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are out there.
Yeah, we don't.
Or maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
And logs.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks the 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, you know, does normal stuff. They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and the federal government is not broken.
I think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country. Let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society, if aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So
you know,
along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human. I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which NHI you're thinking about, what inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
But what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if you know, like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So, bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, I said, yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, two sets of wings.
Right.
Or two heads or something. I don't know. Just because.
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, the birds vary so wide. You get a sparrow, you get a fucking eagle or a condor. There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet, and life forms in a completely different way?
I would think that that's true also, is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth. That
right.
We've got some really strange creatures that roam around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around the Earth and stuff.
And there's no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar, because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. So is that a part of the grand design that is as intelligent as you get further up the food chain? You start to stand on your two legs and whatever. And then I think about if it's a mantis, whatever, how did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what, the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature, it's something other type nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? A mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
Taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like, if you looked at them, like, the hummingbird's probably like 4 times heavier, at least. Probably more than that. They just gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of durability. And also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
because crabs do.
Yeah. I know crabs do.
Yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them as just armored spiders.
They're bugs.
And if you think about it, when they said that the oxygen level was at 30-35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
So they can. So praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, then they will regrow their limb. But they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt to death.
Wow. That makes sense because the harder shell would prevent that from continuing.
Right.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself. And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises. Right? Like, this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And, we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything with our mind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like, this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposed worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls.
Mm-hmm.
That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes. Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that.
Have you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Yes.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jack Safadi about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
This is what I was going to say. There's just, all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it.
Maybe that's why you don't use your phone. So you don't get distracted. Just use your hands. Put your hands down. Other thing. Okay,
so there's
focus.
no technology.
No fucking around.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
Yeah.
So if they're putting their hands on the thing, wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls, and somehow or another, putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that, yes, it's possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light onto how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team, and what exactly is this meditation? What are they linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity? Because when you hear Jake talk about his experiences, he had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in the interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said that he felt, he called it the 8-gon, I think, craft. That one was the one he had the spiritual.
8-gon?
8-gon, like a hexagon, but it has 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the actual term. But he said it had like an 8-sided kind of disc.
So this is not the thing we're talking about with the
not
helicopter?
The egg one. This is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
so he encountered a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see that interview.
Yeah. Well, the detailed one, I think you could pull that one out of there. But he mentioned that one, he had like, no kidding, it was beautiful. And he cried about it because it was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow.
And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at the Skinwalker Ranch when they saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? And I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yes.
We can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. There's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to approve you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head, and then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened.
Wow.
Because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I can give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone. And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? Is love, pure love, like just pure, just untethered love.
Yeah.
It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we, would try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized. And,
Sure.
we want to do that.
When we visit uncontacted tribe, we give them free food.
Yeah, but
we just said, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, in the way I kind of package that up, is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We're just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only seeing the military.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tack that I did instead of going through all the other channels. I just was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people. Get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
Yeah, I got asked a question, and they said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the UAP experience, what would you tell them?
That's a good question.
And my answer was, we don't need to anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people like you said you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all of those stuff. Mm-hmm. You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way, because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman. Mm-hmm. So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the world. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. Mm-hmm. And we just, we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? And all the white people put their hands up right away. And all the black people were like in the corner going, now let's think about this. What are you actually asking? And I sat there and I go, why is it that we're so, reserved about going? And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it. But you don't run towards it because that whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else, and now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning,
yes, you may be.
Do you really
may be causing a distraction. You know.
Yeah. Also, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again, and then you have a wife and kids and a house, and you just sit in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game when you're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. Yeah. I know they're real. Yeah.
Well,
it would ruin your whole life.
remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy, I remember the name.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
There was a
not that Amy.
No, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After you have a first experience, and in this particular case, there was talking about your first orgasm. You're always chasing after that first best feeling that you ever had. You're never going to get there, but you're chasing it.
They say that about heroin too.
Yes.
They call it chasing the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those people that had a really profound experience with a creature from another world,
yeah,
you can't really explain it to everybody else. So you're looking for something else to make it seem real, because you start questioning everything that you know. You know, and that's how I was. My first experience was when I was a kid in England, and me and a friend were just throwing a ball back and forward. And you know, in the old days, people used to wrap the speakers around the telephone lines. Mm-hmm. I just happened to see that there was some speakers up there, and then all of a sudden I look off in the distance, and there's this UFO that looks like an iron, but you would iron your clothes with. The whole bottom part was glowing, the top part was just dullish gray, because England and gray skies.
Was the shape the top like an iron as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So it had like a hump to it.
It kind of had a hump to it. So I'm sitting there going, well, what is that? And he goes, that's got to be a helicopter, because it's just standing there. And I was like, but I don't hear any noise, you know. And then next thing you know, we saw, I believe it was 2 F4 jets coming, because you could hear them. Those engines are loud. And these 2 jets come out, and this thing just goes. And this is when I was living in Nottingham, England, because I'm British by birth. All right. So, you know, our parents were like, too much imagination, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I just kind of kept it in the back of my head. And then I saw things later, and I just kept questioning them. And finally it was like, I'm really going to have to look into this.
So how old were you?
I was about 10.
10. So you said you were like 10 as well?
10, yeah.
This is one of the things that I keep hearing about, this idea that children and their innocence, or they don't have this blockade in their head to keep them from. They don't think it's ridiculous to think about aliens. They're open to it more.
We talked about this. And
that was program as we get mature.
Yeah, we don't want to be fools.
Right. So I believe, and this is just my belief, not anybody's, but I believe from the mid-1950s all the way up to the mid-1990s, I think there was a deliberate attempt by these entities to reach out to school children, going to the schools. Because remember the rules,
Zimbabwe,
right?
That one's crazy.
Right,
that's crazy, because all those years later, they all have the same story.
Yeah.
They all drew the same thing independently. They pulled
all the way
aside.
to to remember it.
Yeah.
And then there's the stuff in Australia. There's the stuff in England. There's the stuff in France. It's constant. I think
the Australian one's real similar too, right?
Yeah. I think his name is Preston Dennett. He wrote a book. I hope your viewers read it or take a look at it. It's like the top 100 school sightings. And half of it is based on just the sighting. Another part of it is based on the actual thing landing and trying to communicate with the kids. And I sat there just thinking, were they doing that to prepare us for now, for when they do come back, so we're not so afraid, the kids are more open-minded? I'm not sure, but you have to think about those things and go, you know, aren't you sitting here all day?
Things that make you go,
You know, so those were some of the things that we just started thinking about and going, well, what if? And then I hate to play what if games, because my favorite what if is, what if worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them. But you have to play that game sometime and just kind of draw it out and then see if if you have a hypothesis that can start repeating itself, and then you go, hey, there is something to this.
The real question is, how long have entities been visiting us, and are the same entities visiting us over and over again, or like the Zimbabwe incident, is that like the first time that species has ever been here? And did they just seek contact and didn't know that they're dealing with little children in a school? They just knew they were dealing with a group of intelligent beings that they could communicate with. They probably don't even have the concept of a school, right?
Right.
So if they're landing, I mean, they probably understand basic culture for human beings, but as they land and interact with people, this might be the first time this species has interacted with anybody. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with hundreds of billions of stars just in this galaxy alone.
Yeah, and personally, from just my belief in it is that we have millennia of these sorts of encounters all through manuscripts. Even George Washington's got his story.
George Washington had a story?
Yeah, he met a green somebody before he actually went into a
Yo, pull that up, Charlie. George Washington had a UFO encounter?
Well, yeah,
or an entity encounter?
An entity. He just said that this was...
George Washington also had lead poisoning. Shane Gillis has the best bit about George Washington. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's fucking hilarious. About going to the George Washington Museum and seeing George Washington's teeth. And George Washington's teeth, well, no, they were slave teeth. First of all, they knocked some of the teeth out of slaves' mouths, and the other ones were from horses.
Oh my god!
And it was all in lead. So he had lead in his mouth.
I always thought they were.
So his joke was all about like George Washington being fucking mad with lead poison, like fucking killing everybody. That's why he's at the front of the boat. He was out of his fucking mind. Yeah, it's a great bit, but the point is, like, George Washington was being poisoned by medical science at the time. They didn't know that lead was bad for you.
Yeah, it's
crazy. He kept lead in his mouth.
Yeah, but I
do remember. I know, but like, makes you wonder, like, what are we doing right now that the future people are going to go, these fucking idiots were doing that? Mm-hmm. But George Washington, have you found his account game? So,
from Ancient Aliens about the Founding Fathers.
Good enough, solid reference. Ancient Aliens. If it's on Ancient Aliens, it's legit. Yeah. Get Giorgio Tsoukalos to say it was.
Yeah. So all those things that happened to those kids, we don't know if it was. I mean, we're hearing stories now that they can mess with your mind. We don't know if they're pushing these kids forward mentally. We don't know if they're dumbing them down because they know that these kids are going to be the ones that are going to make a difference. Because it all depends on.
Well, they're all adults now, right?
Yeah.
Are any of them like real exceptional, or any of them like PhDs or something like that?
I have not gone to check any of that, but one of the things that coincides with that I think there was exceptional people usually have to do some exceptional things to get noticed, and I think even if you're exceptional, you may not have fit the right block to get noticed, so that someone would sit there and go, hey, what's going on in your past, whatever. And then there's a lot of these people, they just don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Because of whatever the stigma. But now that the stigma is being lifted, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk will come up and say.
The stigma is being lifted, but people still live with the haunting memory of the stigma being a part of their life. So I think people that have had an experience a long time ago, even though the stigma is lifted, they're still reluctant to talk about it. It's like there's still people that are in the closet. Like homosexuality is like way less taboo than it's ever been in modern history, right? Mm-hmm. But yet there's still people that have been in the closet for 20 years and they're trapped, and they just like fuck, and they can't be themselves. They can't get out. I think for a lot of people that have had these crazy experiences, they probably had some moments where they told people, friends, and they got mocked, and people called them liars. They felt like an idiot. Like, I'm just not telling anybody this anymore. Yep. Which totally makes sense.
Yep.
And it's the same thing that's happening on X and other platforms, as well as people coming forward trying to speak their truth, and they get shut down by people that have never been there. They're just opinionating.
Yeah, but that's just toxic. That's just the
100%. I agree with you.
It's just human beings online. They're just not good at it. We're not good. It's too new. We suck at it. We're real shitty to each other. Yeah. And too many people. It's like they're mentally ill. And what I mean by mentally ill is like if you're on Twitter 12 hours a day and you're constantly tweeting before you go to bed, you're mentally ill. You might not think you're mentally ill. Just like when you're an alcoholic, you're mentally ill. If you're a gambling addict, you're mentally ill. You're not well, right? You're fucking trying to bet your house on a football game. You're out of your fucking mind.
You're addicted.
Yeah, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill if you're on Twitter all day just arguing with people. It's just the nature of the technology and the very crude way that people interact with each other, which leads you to think that as technology evolves and it gets to the point where we're communicating telepathically, like supposedly they can, it sort of eliminates the need to even know our language. They can just come and give us thoughts and express things in a pure way without the need to like decipher it through syntax.
But there's still the worry of misinterpretation, because my family was pretty religious, and when I was growing up, they're like, God is omnipotent, God knows everything, God doesn't make mistakes. And then I was like, yeah, that's not exactly true. But if you think that God is omnipotent and is communicating with everybody, how is it that all the leaders that serve a church have different views on how we're supposed to talk to God? If God is why isn't he just saying
experience, really?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with I think the NHI is that, like you're saying, you'd like to put a pattern to it.
Yeah.
But maybe there's not. There's some, very random things that have happened in other encounters, but there's some of them that do seem to have a concerted effort, a prolonged effort for even millennia, because we do see like old stone, ancient, monuments and monoliths that do have these depictions of what look exactly like graves.
Yes. Yeah. The craziest one is it in Australia? The one that's on the wall where there's all these dudes with big eyes.
Yes. There's a couple of places.
There's a couple of those cave paintings that are like that.
Yeah. Where are those from?
I think there's some down in South America.
I saved one. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because it just. If I
I've
saw
read so
it
much
the other
stuff
day online and it freaked me out so much, I saved it on my phone. I was like, this is so crazy just to look at.
Yeah, and there's one on the side of a hillside or a cliff face. Yeah. That was
May I ask why freaked you out?
Well, because I just sent it to Jamie. We take a look at it right here. Jamie, you can run that through a Google search. You can find out where it is, or I'll do that while you put it up on the screen. It freaks me out because these people were starving. These people were like barely getting by, right? They have stone tools, and they took the time to draw these things with these like weird helmets on and these big black eyes, which is very similar to so many different encounters that people have. Mm-hmm. They all describe a very similar thing: a big head with giant black eyes.
Mm-hmm. So those are the typical grays. But I heard in South America there were people that they showed that picture to, and they called them the ant people because they said they came from underground.
Yo. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the other question. Like, we're just sort of assuming that these things are definitely from another planet, that they're not here and they haven't been here all along.
Yeah, isn't it the Navajo?
Yeah. So yeah, these are Aboriginal drawings or Aboriginal paintings.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is from Australia, which is just really wild.
And you get them all over the world.
All over the world. Yeah. And real similar all over the world.
Yeah, you got them in Ireland, Europe, you got them in the United States, you got some all the children in America.
And the vast majority of those children that saw UAP, that came down near their school, if there was an entity that was there, it was usually the typical gray-looking ones that were there.
Well, the ones that they saw in Varginha, Brazil, are kind of similar, but they seem like a darker color. Like, it was almost like a purple, right?
Yeah, with reddish purple or something like that.
But they did have the black eyes and the large heads, and
they had horns.
The horns.
So it was a very specific thing.
The pictures that we're seeing from Varginha, this one had red eyes, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because a friend of mine contacted me, a future friend that we talked about.
Oh, okay,
He was talking about something known as the Dover Demon, and it's over by Dover, Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
And there was supposed to be an incident where a UAP came down and there was a creature, and it looked a lot like the Varginha creature with the red eyes and whatever. So he was asking.
That's what the Varginha thing was? Oh, that's the Dover Demon?
Yeah.
That's the Dover. But, yeah, that looks like a shoe-billed bird. That crazy bird.
Yeah, but he said it had bright red eyes.
And fun. Imagine that. Imagine running into that thing in the night.
Right. Yeah. So the question was,
never sleep again.
Yeah.
All I know is I could tell Travis.
It does look a lot like the Varginha one. Though.
Yeah.
Go back to that last drawing you drew, Jamie. You pull that, brother. Now, if you can, will you pull up the image of the Virginia drawing? Because they had an artist who talked to little girls that saw that, and those women, and the really look at it. Come on, man, that looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and there's those bumps on the head. Yeah, you can see that.
That's exactly the same fucking thing, man.
Right.
Like literally exactly.
Yeah. So I told Travis, if you ever get me to come to Skinwalker Ranch, I said, know that I've got a plan. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, I will not be the slowest runner. Okay. However, I will not be the fastest runner because I don't know what's really going on there. I don't want to run from one thing into another. So I'm going to make sure I have an escape plan.
I went to Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
How did it go?
Well, I was doing it for a television show, and we interviewed a bunch of people that lived there. And one guy, there was a lot of people that they wanted to be interviewed. And then when we got there, they chickened out. It seemed like there might be some drug use going on in the surrounding areas. A few people seemed like a little on tilt, but I think that's a good part of America. I think there's a lot of people. You could find some packets of people in America that are just doing drugs. So I wouldn't say that was what it was, but this one guy that I talked to didn't seem like that at all. He seemed very respectable. I don't remember what he did, but he was a very smart guy, blue-collar guy, and lived in this very modest house. And he had this story of this thing that flew into his yard and through his house. And he said it was a small orb, and he said it seemed to be communicating with him. And this guy didn't have any other bullshit stories. He didn't have any claims of just this one experience that he said was beautiful. He said it was incredible, that this thing seemed like it was alive. It seemed like it was communicating with him. And it went right through the walls, and then it went through the wall again and disappeared.
I've had a similar case. So every March I go to Seaside, Oregon, because they have a paranormal conference, and I'm not into the paranormal stuff, but my friends are. So I want to listen and I want to learn.
Right.
Because this is me trying to get over my fear of going in there.
You have a fear of paranormal, or a fear of being around the people that believe in paranormal?
No, of the paranormal, because of certain things that I've heard from when I was a kid. You have to overcome some of those childhood fears and stuff like that.
Okay.
So when I was there, I was talking about my app and all this other stuff, and these two Asian ladies were watching me walk on the stage. And I was like, why are they looking at me like that? And I was like, is my flies down or something? What did I do? And as soon as I stepped off the stage, I was like, listen, what are they? What are they? And I was like, what do you mean? She pulls out on her phone the most beautiful, pristine picture of an orb sitting in a doorway. And I'm like, what happened there? And she said, it was my birthday. And she said, all my family was there. And she said, but I got tired, so I was laying down. And she said, I heard like this electrical discharge going on. And she said, it came right through her wall. Started flowing across her room. She said it got to her doorway. She screamed, and all her family came. And the son, I guess it was, took the picture of the orb. And I was so amazed by her story, I even forgot to ask her to give me a copy of the picture.
How long ago was this?
This was like 2 years ago.
So fairly modern phone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone. She was. They were from Northern California, and they drove up to this thing. And I'm just like, so what happened? She said it actually sat there and did this like a heartbeat, getting bigger and smaller.
Whoa.
And then she said it just kind of went back out the way it came in. And she goes, what are they? You were on the task force. Don't you know about these things? And I was like, whoa, we're not omnipotent. We're trying to learn just like you are. And every year, I've been back there twice now, and every year I go, hey, those two Asian ladies are in here. Can we talk? And they haven't shown back up. But it sounded just like your story of what happened to this other.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was compelling. There was a bunch of other people that had goofy stories of bulletproof wolves that appeared out of the mist. And like, okay. It just seemed like some people just wanted to be on TV, which is normal, right? I show up with cameras, people tell stories. And this is another show that I worked on once. It was called Game Show in My Head. And this is pretty funny. We told people, so there was the game show was, we would take a contestant. The contestant knew that they were going to pull pranks on people, but they didn't know what the prank was going to be. And so we had a piece in their ear, and we would put them out in the public. And my thing was that I had to tell them that they are a news reporter and that someone had just seen a UFO and had an encounter with an alien right there in Hollywood. But the person who was the witness took off. Would you be willing to go on camera and say it was you? And everybody said yes. They all did. And people had crazy stories. They talked about being abducted and being on the ship and experience, and they were communicating with me. They just fully made up stories. And that was an eye-opener for me. I was like, wow, how you put a camera on people. They just are so hyped to be on TV that just bullshit you.
Yeah, they can.
That was because the guy who was in on it was shocked too, because he was like, I can't believe that these people just started fucking lying.
Yeah, when you get aggrandized like that, that's where you kind of have people that do that. It's just to aggrandize or enlarge themselves.
Sure, everybody wants to, especially when you put a camera on people.
But then you get the thing with other people, like the whistleblowers I know, they're pretty much giving up everything. Like me,
Well, this guy was not interested in, much attention. He just wanted to tell us his story, and he was a regular dude. Yeah. Like, we talked about all kinds of stuff. He had a big trout on his wall. He had a trout. Like, when they make trophies out of fish, they don't really make trophies anymore. What they do is they take a photo and the measurements, and then they make like a plastic version of that fish that looks exactly like it. That's how they do it. But this guy had like a real trophy fish that he had mounted. I'm like, they don't even do that anymore. So I started asking him questions and came through my head. Yeah, that's it. But a long time ago. But the point is, this guy was a sincere dude. He was telling me how he caught the fish. When I'm asking people questions about stuff, I want to know how you think. When I'm talking to some guy that tells me he had an encounter with an orb, I want to hear what you talk about. Like, how do you talk about you at work? How do you talk about you with your kids? How do you treat your dog? How do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to like get a gauge of this guy. He seems super sincere. Just a regular good guy, very accommodating, like very friendly.
You would have made a good analyst.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the thing that we're trying to do is the all-source analyst is to look at all aspects of what happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just go in there, well, I mean, the thing that really upsets me is when I was part of the task force was someone just handing me a picture and just going, so what is it?
Oh, right.
No context, no nothing. Right. You're just like,
okay.
Fake.
Right.
What the fuck?
So put it through the image analyzer.
Right. I don't know if you've had any mental issues or,
Right.
I mean, someone showed me something that it was a button on the glass. And at first I was like, it looks really intriguing. But there was something about it that was just, it wasn't quite right. And I'm like, I think this is fake, but I don't know why. And then finally the guy said, button on the glass. I was like,
something that, do you know that feel? Have you ever seen photos of miniature cars?
Yes. There's that autistic kid that does that.
I was just
really
looking at
good
that
pictures.
yesterday.
Yeah. What I was getting at, there's something wrong with the car that even in a photo, it's not a real car.
Yes.
It's a miniature car.
Your brain is very good at that.
It's real. That's a real weird one because it doesn't make sense. Like there's a perception. You look at it like, oh, that's a miniature car. It's a fake. That's like a Hot Wheel because they're really good now. Like if you pull up a photo of like a miniature Mustang.
There's an autistic kid out there that's all he does. He gets miniature cars and puts them in a real background.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. So these are miniatures? Okay, well that's really good. That's really good. Yeah. That's a lot better than normal.
Yeah, but that's really the tires are not rusting, flat like there's weight to the car.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
See, those are things as an analyst you look at in the image. It's just you're looking at things like that.
Yeah, that's the kid. 13-year-old
kid.
There you
go. Yeah.
Okay, so he's really good at it because these look, other than what you said, Jay, that you don't see the weight of the tires. Mm-hmm. But it's like, okay, that one right there, that Nissan. Click on that one, the blue one. Yeah, that's a Nissan GTR. I'm looking at that. I'm like, that's a fake car. I don't know why.
Yeah, that looks like a model.
But why does it look like a model?
It's got to be that driver's window.
It's ridiculous to me.
But everything looks pretty fucking good.
Yes. Yeah, it looks good, but there's just little details that your mind is picking up on. It's not quite right.
Right. I mean, there's something about it, right? And what is that something about it?
this kind of falls into the area too of when you do see a UAP, something about it is what's telling you that it's a UAP, but you're also looking in your mind's memory bank to say this is fake. This can't be real because it's not doing X. It's not doing whatever.
Right.
And then sometimes you end up going, it's just not real. I'm throwing it out of my head. And then all of a sudden someone either tells you something that makes you go back and go, oh my God, that thing did that. So maybe it was real. Or you see something about it, something weird about it that just triggers you and you're like, oh, OMG. And now your whole thing, your whole view on the whole universe is changing because you're like,
yeah, that's one of the litmus tests I give people when they, because I have a lot of people that ask me, can you vet this guy? He says he's had an encounter, and then I kind of go through the experience because, the one that I had in the desert, there was a telepathic kind of a thing that happened during that conversation I had with that gentleman in the desert. And there's parts of that people who've only really experienced it, they actually know about. Like the residual data or information that's left behind in your own mind, because you're sharing a mind space and things like this. And there's certain things that when I ask questions of people that, sometimes I can tell right then and there, you weren't there, that's not my experience. But the people that do describe it, and I know that they're telling the truth, there's certain characteristics about that communication type that you only get when you've been talking, kidding, telepathically with.
Right. Well, especially you as a person who's had an experience.
Correct.
You have something to gauge. There's certain things like in your field, like if you ran into a dude at the airport that was a faker, there's a lot of guys who put on like fake military outfits and pretend and then they get questioned by
stolen valor.
Yeah,
yes.
It's weird. But people are weird. People will make up crazy stories. So like when you're dealing with the craziest of crazy stories, which is UFOs have been in contact with me. I'm special. They chose me to talk to me.
I don't feel special at all. It's accidental.
Well, that's probably because it was a real story.
So when he first showed up, I was one of the first people to get his.
He knows my whole history. Man.
When he first showed up, first thing I read through everything. I was like, I'm gonna have to run a background check on this guy.
Right, he might be kook.
Right, and then I was like, so I did the basics, and then I called up David Grush, and I was like, boy, do I have a doozy for you. I can't do anything with this guy because I there's not enough here for me to do a thorough background check, but boy, you got to listen to what this guy has to say. And from there, David took it on, and I was like, he came back to me and goes, this guy looks to be the real deal. And I was like, holy crap.
So we've kind of teased that then. So let's get to your experience. Why don't you tell everybody what happened?
Just doing my job at Nellis. We had two things we did. We did the telephone monitoring. Like
where's Nellis?
That's in Nevada. So working at Nellis Air Force Base for the Tet 3. And that's where the program, they have a shop that of 4 guys, I was one of them, that would go out and monitor for the program. So anyway, the other side of my job was also doing monitoring for everybody else that wasn't in the program.
And when you say monitoring, what do you mean by that?
You're actually plugging into, like, just like you heard, tapping, telephones, all the ways we all the telecommunications type. We made sure we listen to radios, we listen to radio waves, all that, and we gather it all in. And what we're tasked to do is, say a commander at Wright-Patterson, we went to do, it's always a 2-week mission mostly, unless it's part of an operation like Desert Storm, and you stay for a month or 2, and then you change out teams. But the 2 weeks is the standard. So we go 2 weeks to Wright-Patterson. We gather all the information we can on all the telecommunications means, and we also have an OSI team that's trying to sneak in the doors and get into the facilities that shouldn't be at, just to test the security, and that's all we're there for. And at the end of the day, on the last Friday, we go in and we talk to the staff. And then about 90 days later, we put in a final report and give that, again, back to the staff. And that's kind of how we roll. So we're going up range. For those kind of things, we don't do the telephone monitoring. We go up range to the test